It started very shortly, everyone. It's nearly 7. So it is now 7. So I'd like to welcome everyone here this evening to this council meeting on the 28th of April 2020. My name is Karen Redmond. I'm the Mayor of the town of Gawler. I'd also like to welcome anyone listening in or watching via live stream for our Zoom meeting, which you can see on YouTube. So first of all, I'll just go through my agenda. I'd like to acknowledge this land that we meet on tonight is the traditional lands for the Kaurna people, and that we respect their spiritual relationship with their country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Greater Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. Cody's about to join us, Councillor Davies. And so I think we have everyone here, every elected member here, I think. I don't think we're missing anyone. We do have a few invited guests. So I'll go through the roll call first, and I think everyone's here. I don't think there's any, therefore there's no apologies, clearly. Are there any motions to grant leave of absence, councillors? I can't see any hands up, so we'll keep moving. And I don't have any leave of absence, and I don't have any non-attendance. So we do have some invited guests, and I'll just bring up, we have the CEO of RDA, Barossa Gawler Light and Adelaide Plains. Welcome, Anne Moroney. We have Ian Baldwin, who's the chair of GFRMA. Welcome, Ian. Do we have Adam? Adam Faulkner, are you here? I did see Adam Faulkner's name come up, but I can't see. There you are. I can see you now. Awesome. Welcome, Adam. Adam is the CEO of Norma. Now, and Catherine Warhurst, who's the chair of our Climate Emergency Action Plan Working Group. Welcome, Catherine, who's also going to give us a bit of a short overview of that working group. Welcome, Catherine. Have I missed anyone? I don't think I have. So no one's giving me any indication that I've missed anyone. So that's fantastic. So I'll go back to my agenda. Now, I don't believe we don't have public open forum during electronic meetings, and as soon as we get back to face, we will have public open forum. I don't have any deputations that have been listed to be presented. Declarations of interest. Are there any councillors who wish to declare an interest in any matter this evening? No hands are going up. I do need to declare an interest, and I'll just bring up my notes. I have in 11.11 a perceived conflict, and I'll just go back to my contents, and 16.5 I'll be declaring a conflict and leaving the room. They're both 11.11, there's 11.11. I'm the chair of the Greater Adelaide Region Organisation of Councils, or GAROC. I'll be declaring a perceived conflict in regard to those policy documents that are coming through. And in 16.5, I'll be declaring an interest as chair and leaving the room. And I think Councillor Little, are you happy to chair at that time if I leave the room? I think, yeah, if you can give me a thumbs up. Yep, shaking of a head, beautiful, thank you. Any other councillors wish to declare an interest in any matter? No? Okay, no problem. I'll go back to my agenda. So we move now to adjourned items. There are no adjourned items on our agenda tonight. There are no petitions Confirmation of minutes. I have 4 sets of minutes. I'll go through them one by one, as starting with the 24th of March ordinary council meeting. Happy to accept a mover and a seconder. Councillor Tooley moved. Are you happy to move, Councillor Tooley? Yep. I'll ask for a mover and a seconder first. Are you happy to move, Councillor Tooley? Is that why you put your hand up? No? Okay. Okay, I'll come back to you. Councillor Goldstone, are you happy to move? Is that an affirmative? And Councillor Hughes, are you happy to second? I can't get rid of the, there we go. Do you wish to speak? Do you wish to speak either mover or seconder on those minutes? No. No? Councillor, if not, Councillor Tooley, for those minutes. Did you have a question?
Am I unmuted, Mayor?
Yes, you are.
You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment to the minutes. I have sent the wording through to the Secretary, so maybe they could put that amendment on the screen, Mayor.
I haven't seen any amendment.
No, I only sent it through a couple of minutes ago as a courtesy, so that rather I can read it out to you, but I sent it to
oh, hang on a minute. I meant to include the email that the minutes are about what happened at the meeting, not about emails that are sent around prior and outside of the meeting. So,
sorry, can I just read out my amendment, Mayor, and put it to the floor, please? You'll understand.
But if I can, you're asking to include an email that wasn't tabled at the meeting. These are, we can only, the minutes are what actually happened at the meeting, not outside of the meeting. And so you can't add an email after a meeting into minutes of a meeting. It's only what happened at the meeting.
No, Mayor, can I just explain, please? As I've got my 5 minutes.
Well, if I can, I'm sorry, I don't think I can accept that because an email wasn't tabled at the meeting.
But I emailed this the day before, Mayor, and the list,
yep,
it records in there that I notified the council. It does actually say that. It says
yep.
I notified the council, but it doesn't.
I'm sorry, Councillor Tooley, if I can just explain. If I can just explain, I'm sorry, but I can't accept a document that wasn't tabled at the meeting. Circulating.
I don't believe that's correct, Mayor. I believe that the members can decide if something is added to the minutes. And Mayor, I did send this to governance and to the council on the 24th of March, prior to the meeting, giving my reasons for why I needed, and I asked that those reasons be tabled, Mayor. And they weren't tabled, and I'm asking that they be included in the minutes.
They weren't tabled. The council did. This is about a correct, and I can't accept something that didn't actually occur at the minutes. Now, governance, if I can provide, before we go any further, I'll seek advice from governance, please, on this matter. Where are you, Kate? There you are.
So during a meeting, the members can resolve to table items, and as such, they're attached to the minutes, but that does occur during the meeting. An amendment to the minutes can be made subsequent to a meeting when they're resolved if there is something that is incorrect in the minutes. So there can be a correction to the minutes, but there can't be anything additional to the minutes because they are a reflection of what occurred during the meeting.
Yeah, so I can't accept this amendment as chair. It happened during the meeting.
I would disagree, Mayor. I think from what Kate's just said, you can, because...
No, I can't.
Could you let me finish, please, Mayor? Just let me finish, please.
I'm sorry, but I can't accept this amendment. So,
Mayor, if I could just explain...
you'd like to present, but I can't accept this as chair.
Mayor, I did explain that I submitted this to be included in the minutes as my reason for asking for compassionate leave, and it is noted, but the details are not provided. It doesn't give any reference in the minutes to anybody reading them as to why I applied for compassionate leave. That is why it is legitimate to add this to it, to put a note in at that point that says, Councillor Tooley did request leave on compassionate grounds, which the minutes failed to put in. And then the second part is I'm asking that that email be attached to the minutes. That is legally allowable, according to what I've just checked and what I've just heard Kate say.
I disagree as chair. I've just heard Kate say that that is not allowable. So I'll take it that you've spoken to the minutes, but I can't allow that amendment. I don't believe it's valid. Any other discussion on these minutes for the ordinary council meeting on the 24th of March? If not, mover and seconder. Mover, Councillor Goldstone, happy for me to put that motion. I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. All those against, please click no. Somebody hasn't, thank you. That is carried, thank you. Moving on to the special council meeting held on the 25th of March. Happy to accept a mover and a seconder that way. Councillor Samble, are you happy to move? And Councillor Fraser, are you happy to second? Yes. Are you happy to move that way, Brian?
Yes.
And Councillor Fraser, are you happy to second?
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion? No?
No, quite okay.
Happy? Okay. If there's no discussion, I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. All those against, please click no. It is carried. Thank you. Moving on to 7th of April special council meeting. And I haven't checked, but I should have checked. Everyone can see the minutes as they're coming, the live minutes on the screen. Yep. If you can't, let me know either and put your hand up. Oh, Councillor Hughes, can you see the minutes? Is that?
Yeah, I can. I was just, yeah.
Yep. And Councillor Vallelonga, can you see those minutes? I can't unmute you for some reason.
No.
Oh, that's better. You can't see them?
No, they're not moving at all.
No, they will move slowly. Can you see them move now?
I just can't see everybody. I can only see 4 people. 5 people.
I'll get David to assist you. David, if you can assist Jim in just moving the screen around so we can see more people. And I think that's all good. Thank you. Now we're up to the 7th of April. So happy to accept a mover and a second up to the 2nd of April. I don't think I've done that. Special council meeting. Councillor Fraser and Councillor Samble, you happy to move and second? Yes. Where are you, Brian? Yep. You happy to move and second, Brian? Yep. Yep. Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please click yes. All those against, please click no. It is carried unanimously. Thank you. And we'll move on to the 14th of April minutes special council meeting. Looking for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Hughes and Councillor Fraser, are you happy to move and second respectively? Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion? No discussion. If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please click yes. All those against, please click no. All those in favour, please click yes. All those against, please click no. Someone hasn't voted. Him. So Councillor Vallelonga. Councillor Vallelonga. Thank you. Thank you. That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Business arising from the minutes. Keep moving. Council member reports. Are there any council member reports? If you could raise your hand, it's fairly quite. I did have a list of activities that I've been. I have been beaming into. Is there any elected members that wish to make a report before launch. David Hughes, Councillor Hughes, did you have your hand up? No?
Yes.
Yep. Do you wish to present a report?
Just briefly that the Gawler Area Health Advisory Council had a meeting on Thursday last week and are going to go ahead with the partnership with setting up the new imaging equipment, which is quite exciting, which at no cost to the hospital at all, with a new partnership, which is fantastic for the whole district, which is great news.
So is that they were already planning to put an MRI in? Is that something else, David?
No, it is the MRI, but it was just it was formally we were able to get everyone via Microsoft Teams and phone online at the same time to actually get it formally approved. And so yeah, everyone's in agreement. So
thank you, Councillor Hughes. Just a brief update of what I've been doing. I've been giving weekly video updates around what Council's doing and any messages that as Council and the federal or state government are pushing through around COVID-19. So tomorrow I'm going to be doing an update promoting the new app, the COVID Safe app that nearly 2 million people have downloaded. I'm not up with the final numbers, but it's really important, and I'll certainly be promoting that. On Anzac Day last Saturday was a very different Anzac Day. Councillor Little, you may wish to report on what you were doing that day, which was clearly quite important. And I laid a wreath at our memorial in Pioneer Park with Kerry Barrett, ex-Vietnam nurse and RSL member, and Pat Adams, who is the secretary of the Gawler RSL sub-branch, and also Wayne Clark and Steve Barilla, who's president of Rotary Gawler. And that was, it was quite a moving day. I think, Paul Little, you'd agree, very different, but yeah, equally, I think most people in Gawler commemorated it in an appropriate way at their driveway or in their street. And so that was quite important. I beamed into a webinar with Metro councils and CEOs yesterday, talking about what some of different councils are doing to support their community, and it's quite interesting. There's quite a varied response, but consistent of what councils can, what their capacity is. So yeah, I'm hoping to get some notes circulated so I can share them with you. And also last week we had a Zoom board meeting for the LGA, which is also very much dominated by COVID-19 and the work that the LGA has been doing through its functional support group, supporting councils individually and also collectively, and advocating to the state government about what local government can provide. So I might hand over to, I'll leave it at that. I might hand over to Councillor Little. Do you have anything to add, Councillor Little?
Yeah, in reference to Anzac Day, on the Anzac Eve, I attended the Pioneer Park with our local member, some, 2 police officers from the local Gawler police station, who one was an ex-RAF woman. She laid a wreath on behalf of the South Australian Police Department. Then on the Anzac morning at 6:15, I, along with one of my vice presidents and a committee member, laid a wreath at the digger on Adelaide Road. And after I was informed when I got there, I laid a wreath there. Then at 6:30 at the club, 8 of our committee members had a small service at the Memorial Our Club, where we laid another wreath, played the last post, national anthem from New Zealand and the Australian national anthem. So that was my quietest day ever, I think, for Anzac. But on the way there, I did notice a Barnett Road, Krieg Road, Adelaide Road, a lot of people out with candles, and there was another person on Barnett Road playing the last post, which was pretty good.
You could hear the last post across the town.
Yep.
It was quite beautiful. You know, in the distance, it was
Yep.
quite beautiful. Quite reflective. Yeah, I think.
Another thing,
I think
the
it
rain
was,
held off,
I beg your pardon.
and the rain held off to the afternoon.
It did. Yeah. No, the farmers are happy, aren't they? Okay. Any other elected member reports? I think we'll wrap that up. Thank you, Councillor Little. I'm happy to accept a motion that the verbal member update reports be accepted or received. Councillor Cody Davies and Councillor Samble, are you happy to move and second that way? Yep, thank you, Cody. Brian, yep, beautiful. Any discussion? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour that we accept those verbal reports, and all those against, it is carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we move on. That concludes council member reports. Now we'll move on to officer reports, and that is on page 5 of the agenda. And it's my pleasure to welcome Adam Faulkner, the CEO of Norma, and also Norma's finance manager, Rachel Zhu. Welcome, Rachel, who will give a very brief presentation on the Norma annual draft budget and draft service level agreement. Is that right, Adam? Where are you? I can't even see Adam Faulkner. Can't see him.
Yeah, I'm here, Mayor.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation. And we've also got our independent chairman, Brian Cunningham,
Oh, yes.
online as well. So Brian,
Are you at Ayers Rock? No, is that the Flinders Range?
he's got a very remarkable background on his screen, our chairman.
Beautiful. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you for having me, Mayor.
No problem.
So, Mayor, we understand you've got a full agenda. So I've got a very brief presentation, which just gives you a little bit of background to our draft budget. I was going to share my screen with a slide deck, but it doesn't look like the minute manager will let me do that. So I'll just talk through it. It'll take me about 5 to 10 minutes, and then open up to any questions, and then we'll let you go about the rest of your meeting. So through the chair, you'll understand who Norma is and what we do. We employ about 80 people across our waste and recycling services in the town of Gawler, City of Salisbury and City of Playford. And we've made a bunch of commitments around what we're doing around our waste management and recycling, which is leading the nation and globally recognised. And that's testament to the Norma board and to town of Gawler and your leadership. Everything we do is under a lens of 2025. So we've got a couple of years where we know we're going to have some financial headwinds, in particular around what we do with your residents' recyclables. So we've got a bunch of things that happen in 2025. So what we're trying to do is navigate these next couple of years in a very prudent way. They're going to be difficult 12 to 18 months, but what we do know is we're going to come out of the other side of that in very good shape, and leading up to 2025, when our landfill closes and some of our contracts cease, the board has very much a strategic view on
Oh, we can
all
see
of
it.
that. Here we go.
See it. Yeah. Can everyone
Okay.
see that presentation? Can you give me an indication? Yeah, with thumbs up maybe.
Excellent. So who's controlling the minutes there, Mayor?
Oh, I think it's Kate Symes. Is that right?
Kate.
Yep. Kate's controlling.
Excellent, Kate. If you can just kick us off on slide 8, and then I'll just give you a cue to move through. We'll move through these pretty quick. So the financial headwinds through the chair is really around our recycling operations. So we grab everything that your residents put in that yellow top bin, and we process it at Edinburgh Parks through our award-winning facility. But what we do know is half of what's in that bin is paper and cardboard, and the chamber has heard me talk about this previously. Unfortunately, what that used to be our largest revenue source. Right at the moment, we're actually paying to process a lot of that paper and cardboard into mills, paper mills across Australia and the globe. Thank you, Kate. Yes, so I won't bore you too much with this. This is all the forecasts that we use, and this just shows that what we used to get a good revenue on behalf of Town of Gawler and constituent councils, at the moment it's in negative territory. So when we hear about the global oil price being in negative territory for the first time, this is the first time since curbside recycling has started that paper and cardboard has been in negative territory. So we've got some of the best people in Australia that manage our recycling operation, and Rachel's one of those, and Daniel Dunn is the other. So we know we'll trade through this and we'll get back into positive territory. It's just, unfortunately, like I said, for this next 12 to 18 months, it's going to be quite tricky, and our budget is reflective of that. Thanks, Kate. This isn't just a Norma issue. This is happening right across Australia and across the globe. So I just want to give you this slide to show there's a whole bunch of recycling operations across Australia that have closed and shut down and gone into administration because of how tricky this environment is. We're pleased to show the leadership on behalf of Town of Gawler and the other constituent councils that we have not sent one yellow bin tonne of recycling to landfill. We've continued to process every single tonne that our residents responsibly put in that bin, and we will continue to do that. So our commitment is very strong around that. Thanks, Kate. And this is the last slide to give you some context. So the whole reason why is China, who used to buy up all of this recycled paper and cardboard, simply stopped doing so. And the chamber would have heard me talk about the China sword before. That was 2 years ago, but unfortunately we're still feeling the legacy effects of that. So all the other countries have moved in the same fashion. What we want to do, we want to support Australian jobs, and we want to support South Australian jobs and jobs in the region. And we're trying to move that way. We've just got to navigate this next little while until we can build some of that capacity locally. Thank you, Kate. We're doing a bunch of stuff to limit. That's looks like someone else's slides. I'll just keep going. On to the actual budget itself through the chair. So we're just through to slide 13. Thanks, Kate. So what we're saying is there's a whole bunch of things that we can't control. A big piece of that is the solid waste levy, and the chamber would have heard me talk about the solid waste levy, and I know it's a live issue in your chamber. Unfortunately, we're modelling another increase in that solid waste levy, which is reflective in our budget. That reduced commodity price for paper and cardboard are the two drivers that are really pushing up our budget. Everything else we can control, we're proposing just around about CPI, so 2.7% increase year on year. Thanks, Kate. So very busy slide, but what you can see here is those controllable costs that we've circled down there is under 3%. So we've worked really hard to look at efficiency measures across our whole organisation and austerity measures where we can, and we've managed to drive out a lot of cost and get some savings to offset those two big items down the bottom, the 5.8% increase in solid waste levy, and what we're proposing for the first time is our constituent councils make a contribution to processing your yellow bin recyclables. Thanks, Kate. And this just is reflective of that again, so I won't repeat myself here. So just through to slide 16, thanks. So what we're doing for the first time is we've built this facility, this recycling facility, which is award-winning. It employs 50 people in our region, and up until this point in time, our constituent councils have enjoyed essentially not paying a processing fee for yellow bin recycling, which we deemed was reflective of you taking the risk in building this facility and owning Norma. What we do know is just due to that. It's now a sustained deterioration of the recycled paper and fibre market. We're asking for the first time that our constituent councils make a modest contribution of $15 a tonne. And just to put that in context, every other council that use this facility will be paying $130 a tonne. So I guess if you take Norma out of the equation, that's the market rate. So what we're asking is $15 a tonne just to help soften a little bit of that blow. And in terms of the governance around this will be a standing item at each of our budget review mechanisms. So our board will need to look at this temporary budget measure at every budget review, and when the commodity markets return, the Norma board would enjoy nothing more than repealing this temporary budget measure. So what that means in real terms is around about $25,000 for town of Gawler. Thank you, Kate. So last couple of slides from me. So what does that temporary recycling fee mean? It's around about 4 cents a household per week. So when we break it down, we hope that the chamber will recognise that this is a modest contribution. We know every contribution adds up in these difficult times, and the board thought long and hard and debated for quite some time on this issue. So we're proposing that be introduced in the 2021 financial year. The last couple of slides from me, the solid waste levy increase. I won't spend any time on this. I think the chamber is completely aware of how hard this thing has hit and how quickly it's escalated. And this graph just shows where we started at $5 a tonne in '94, and we're now at $140 a tonne in 2019, start of 2020. What we know is we need to get some of that money back, and we need to advocate for some relief around this solid waste levy. So our levy bill alone for our recycling operation, from unfortunately residents either being confused or putting the wrong thing in that bin, is $3 to $4 million. So we're advocating hard, and our chairman and I spend a lot of time in North Terrace asking for some relief around this waste levy, or to hypothecate it more back into council's hands where we can do good. Thanks, Kate. I won't spend any time on this, only just to say we're doing everything we can to reduce costs for our constituent councils. Thank you. And the summary is the controllable costs 2.7%, uncontrollable costs around about that 6.5%. What we're doing in the meantime is we are encouraging our councils where you can to mandate recycled content in your procurement. So we've just turned on our glass recycling plant, the first one in South Australia, and we're having great discussions with your administration through Henry Annat and Sam Delena, who I think is on the line, around getting your residents' glass back into your roads, and we're really close to that success story, and that's going to put you leaps and bounds in front of every other council in South Australia and Australia. The last bit I'll leave you with a bit of vision is we've formed a special purpose vehicle to look at what's life after Uluru landfill. Now, this is exciting stuff. It's transformational. It's big picture. This is not the time to have an in-depth conversation about that now, but Brian and I will come into the chamber through Councillor Kosh, who's sitting in on this group, to explain in more depth around this proposition, but knowing you've got a full agenda tonight, I'll leave it there. And just leave you with the last two advocacy opportunities that we see is where you can mandate that recycled content in your procurement. And if you're talking to North Terrace, and I know you do, you have a good reputation, let's try and have one single voice around the solid waste levy. is we need to get some of that money back, and we also need a relief package around a temporary waiver of the solid waste levy. So lots of information. I apologise, Mayor, but that just gives hopefully a bit of context around what is a difficult budget. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Any questions for Adam Faulkner? I don't think there's any questions. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Adam. Thanks very much for that very detailed presentation, and we'll keep advocating for you and with you. Okay, so we do have an officer's report on page 5, and we also have and I'll take it as read. We also have the attachments. I'll take them as read. I'm happy to accept the officers. There is an officer's recommendation. Councillor Kosh, are you happy to move that way?
Yes.
Yes. Do you wish to speak at all?
Yes, quickly. Difficult time for Norma and our community at the moment was the China sword, COVID-19, a drop in the fibre market globally, and I'm quite happy that Norma is still operating professionally and economically within reasons, but still there providing those services for our communities. So although it's a $15 gate fee for our recyclables for the first time, I think that's modest to help with the budget to make sure that Norma still functions. And I'm also hopeful that that $15 fee will come off in the near future once things start to settle down. So I'm quite happy to support this motion.
Councillor Goldstone, are you happy to second?
Yeah.
Do you wish to speak at all?
No, that's fine, thanks.
Okay. Any other discussion on this matter? Councillor Tooley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Am I unmuted?
You are.
Thank you very much. There's two figures that I'm not clear on. I've read the attachments and the minutes, and the motion. I just heard tonight about the $15 levy and it having a figure, I think 25,000 would be the maximum. But it reads that we're being asked to put in an extra 152,000 is one figure that is listed there. And that's to help with the Norma deficit. And then it goes on and talks about a figure of 2.4 million. So could I have those two figures explained? What is the significance of both of those, the 152,000 figure and the 2.4 million figure?
So which page are you on, Councillor Tooley, just so for reference for the staff?
This happens to be in the hard copy, Mayor. I'm looking on page 5 of 95.
I'll see you on the front page. Yep.
Page 5 of 95.
No, it's not on our page 5. Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll refer to Paul, Mr. Horwood. I've unmuted you, Paul. If you
Thank you, Mayor.
be able to respond. Thank you.
Yes, through you, Mayor. The two figures Councillor Tooley's referring to, one's in relation to the equity share loss of Norma that needs to be accounted in the financial statements of council as a non-cash equity share incorporation in the statement of comprehensive income. That has to occur each year based on the revised forecast from Norma. We've indicated in the report what the level of that adjustment would be. And then similarly, from a cash perspective, obviously we need to pay for the services, the curbside waste and collection service provided by Norma, which is recovered through the waste management service charge applied to residents.
Thank you. And I think on page 8 of our electronic agenda, it touches on the $15 a tonne for the recycling fee. Oh, you got a subsequent question, Councillor Tooley?
Yes, Mayor. Just to be so absolutely clear, what is the, if the word's net, the net result, the added amount that we have to budget for that we otherwise wouldn't have had to budget for if things have remained normal? What's the actual additional amount we've got to budget for? What's that figure?
If I've got this right,
it
25,000. Is 25,000 on page 8? Is that correct, Mr. Hall? Just so we clarify that.
Through you, Mayor, if I refer you to the financial budget implications section on page 9, for 2021, what's in the second paragraph there, indicating that the equity share of the estimated deficit that council will need to incorporate in its budget as a non-cash budget item would be in the order of 152,000.
Okay, so that's affecting our bottom line. We're worse off by 152,000 than we otherwise would have been because of.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Through you, Mayor, yes, in terms of the operating result, yes, it does affect our operating position, but again, stress, it has no impact on our statement of cash flows.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that addresses that. Thank you. Any other questions? If there be none, any other discussion? If not, Councillor Kosh, are you happy for me to close the debate? Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Good. All good. Okay. The debate's closed. I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. All those against, please click no. It's carried unanimously. Thank you. So moving on to 11.2 on page 11 of our agenda. And it's my pleasure to welcome Anne Moroney, who's the CEO of RDA Barossa, Gawler Light and Adelaide Plains. And Anne, I believe you're going to present a brief presentation on the annual report. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you. I just set my timer so I don't get carried away. Good evening, everyone. In the context of where we sit today, I wanted to briefly present the annual report and then talk about our COVID response activity, which is possibly a little more currently relevant to Council. I did have a 1 or 2 page to put up as context. Yeah, there it is. Thank you. Why I've put this up is because this has got to be so brief, to talk about the economic model that we work towards. It's the context for the annual report, a context for the work we do on an annual basis. And it also provides context for the recovery work. Now, that is our model of how we work in economic development. All those elements are really important. They're interdependent. They're not discrete, but it serves to remind us of where we've got to be active if we want a sustainable and enduring and vibrant economy. Council will work in different of those elements as well, and that diagram also provides a good reference point for us to look at activity across the region and see how it all fits together when it comes to economic development.
Just breaking up a bit, Anne. No, you're breaking up, Anne. No. Can't hear a thing.
Can phone in.
You're back on. You're back on now.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, don't know what it is. Losing time. But across here, the objective is scale and scope in the economy. So if you look at how we report in our economic, in our annual report, there's a high-level overview by the chair. My overview, which is really an overview of activity and issues over the year. Then we've got some qualitative reporting in case studies and then some quantitative reporting in numbers. To me, the qualitative reporting talks about the impact, the numbers talk about contract management. And I would table that for members to look at, and please give me a call if you'd like to know more about it. Our COVID response, as I said, is also relevant to this pyramid. And whilst it'll take too much time to go through and say how each one relates. I did want to spend a second on regional competitive advantage, which in recovery phase will become really important in helping the region and Gawler's place within the region stick its head above the crowd in terms of how we attract attention and markets. And, you know, with the growth happening, the population growth happening in Gawler, it's really important to be competitive in getting the talent and the families to move there and grow the town even more. And we've developed as part of our response, it was part of our background work, but we've escalated it, a livability strategy, which looks at all the assets of an area and what makes it appealing for people, not just to move there, but to invest. Part of the livability and the advantages of the regional competitively is, if you'll excuse the phrase from the castle, is the vibe. And the vibe is just so important for business confidence and attracting investment. And it's why things like the arts and creative industries are really important. It's why being green and environmentally sustainable is really important. I mean, there are lots of reasons why these are important. But I think we shouldn't underestimate their importance to attracting investment and business to the region as well. And the vibe is something that council has a really strong role to play in building. And as an economic strategy for the town, you shouldn't undersell it for yourselves in terms of its importance in growing the economy. So in terms of the COVID response, immediately, business services were boosted and targeted to deal with cash flow, legal issues such as leases and banks, and HR issues in managing staff and whether you're eligible for JobKeeper or JobSeeker or whatever. Online networking boosted to keep people connected and supported. Social media marketing of digital platforms, e.g. the Gawler app, but also there are others, especially the collaborative platforms. The Totally Locally campaign was reimagined and relaunched, which targets local procurement and spending. Communications with stakeholders, government, businesses. I heard what the Mayor said about feeding intelligence back, and that's been a big role of the RDAs collectively, is identifying local issues.
So I'll get you to wrap up, Anne.
Okay.
Yeah.
COVID response I'll send, but a highlight of our recovery program can be concentrating on fundamentals, new business, new investment, new skills, and value adding, innovation and value adding. The big picture things are a sharp focus on recycled water infrastructure, including trying to work out if there's a case for south of Gawler, the Greenbelt. Ambition 2030, long-term plans. A number of Gawler projects are a feature in that. This is a bigger presentation. A future job strategy, really important for the moment with the number of people out of work and businesses transforming with digital technologies, and collaborative brand and destination development. A number of projects in this, as well as assisting business and building new economy building projects, include a regional waste management and recycling project with industry. And Craig will be talking to Adam about how that interacts with anything Norma's doing. Water management and increased infrastructure. And I said this, the new business activity has both bases in the Gawler Innovation Hub and the Envision at Barossa campus, and really working out how we can leverage those for new and exciting business into the region. I have a lot more detail, but Henry has asked me to give council elected members direct reports on where this work is going. And I think that's a lot more valuable of the time to just leave it there. And again, invite any elected members to contact me directly if they'd like to have a good chat about how this fits with the region and adds value to Gawler.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you very much. Any questions for Anne Moroney? We have Councillor Tooley. You have the floor. And Councillor Fraser after that.
Hello, Anne.
Hello.
And I had a good long chat with your chairman, Ivan Venning, recently. And there were two things that interested me. I can't remember the name of them. So my question is to you. There seemed to be one very large, particularly large project which all of the councils could participate in. I think it's to do with water or the use.
Water is the key project in it, but it's a broader project than that. It's called Project Prosperity.
Project Prosperity, right?
Yeah.
And is that the same, that there was another major project that I think the Light Council was in the driving seat for? Is that the same project?
It is. And we've been working really hard to increase the regional focus and impact of that, including the major infrastructure projects relevant to Gawler.
Councillor Fraser.
I just thank you. Yeah, I have a question for Anne. In the report, it says that the annual report has to be presented before the 30th of November. We're talking about 2018, so I'm assuming the report's late, not early. So it should have been 30th of November last year. Is that right?
Yes.
So it's late. Is there a reason?
It was presented. When I was available to speak to council, there were other pressing issues, and we bumped it to the February meeting when I had a total hip replacement.
Okay. All right, that's okay. Thank you.
The annual general meeting was last year.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Little's lost his agenda. I'm just going to see if you can connect to your mobile phone through your mobile phone, Paul. Do your mobile phone connection. Sorry, guys. We'll just make sure everyone can see stuff. Still hotspot. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. Awesome. Okay. So we'll keep moving. Any other questions for Anne? Sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure that everything was good. Thank you very much, Anne, for that.
Thank you, and I look forward to being able to have a good chat sometime.
Yeah, no, we will.
Content.
I'll put that on our agenda because I think we do need to have a chat so I can get my head around the annual report and some of the
the current activities too.
Yeah. Thank you. Particularly as it relates to Gawler, and how it feeds into the region is really important. But thank you very much for coming along, Anne.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have an officer's recommendation here. We note the annual report, and that point 2 is we note that RDA is to assist council in reviewing council's currently drafted economic development strategy to ensure it's targeted in regard to COVID-19, and details of which will be reported to council in the coming months. So we have Councillor David Hughes and Councillor Tooley. Are you happy to move and second that way, gentlemen? Yep. I'll just move it. Do you wish to speak at all?
Just briefly, it's really good to have Anne come along, and I think it's really important that we do get those further reports for the COVID recovery work, because for our whole region, it's going to be vital that everyone works together. So I think that's really important. So getting those further reports as that work progresses, I think is vital. Even if it's an agenda item every month with other sections of council work. So it's really good to hear.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Tooley, as a seconder, do you wish to speak?
I do. I have a question first through you, Mayor, to CEO Nat.
Yes.
In addition to Ivan Venning contacting me for a chat, I was also contacted by the Mayor of Light Council, very concerned and asking whether we had been updated by our representative on that group, which is CEO Nat, regarding these big projects, particularly the Project Prosperity. And as they outlined it to me, I had no recollection of it. So my question is, why aren't we being informed, as CEO Nat is our rep, we send him to those meetings? And also, I got the impression from speaking to both the Mayor and Mr. Venning that we're missing opportunities, that we're not signalling back to them that we want to participate in these major projects. And I don't recall us being asked as members to make that decision. So if that decision is being made, it must be being made at the administration level. So they're my questions to CEO and Nat before I speak to the motion, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm trying to unmute Henry and it won't work. No. There we go.
The project Prosperity that's been presented and advocated for the Light Regional Council, they haven't provided the town of Gawler with information about the project. We've been seeking information from them, although it's been presented and badged as a regional project. To get information from the Light Regional Council's been somewhat difficult. Council has received information where we've been provided snippets, and we've communicated that through council reports, particularly in the context of boundary reform. Council has moved motions, if I recall, to support the project Prosperity and to seek information from our friends from Light Regional Council. And as a consequence of those resolutions, correspondence is about to go out from the Mayor to the Mayor of Light relative to the status of our boundary reform deliberations, where we've quite clearly presented the case that we can both progress boundary reform, but also progress regional initiatives. We have a report to council. It's the next item actually, which is the Gawler River Floodplain Management Authority. And in that report, you'll notice, Councillor Tooley, that there is a reference for us to progress that initiative in terms of the Gawler Floodway project to be recognised as a key element in this project Prosperity that our friends from Light Regional Council are pursuing. So there has been several references to this during the course of the last number of months, but to be honest, it has been difficult to get the level of detail that we would be hoping from our friends at Light Regional Council.
Thank you. Now, do you wish to speak to the motion, Councillor Turner?
Yes, yeah, I do, Mayor, and I will respond to Mr. Nat as well. I must say that what he's telling me is at variance with what Mr. Venning has told me and with what the Mayor of Light has told me. These discussions have been quite detailed at the board meetings, which Mr. Nat attends. As our rep, I would have thought he could have easily given us feedback on that. I don't believe that feedback has been at all adequate. And to link it to border reform and to the floodplain, I think is a bit of a loose thread. It's a separate project. It's a major pipeline of recycled water, but with it, the massive potential for development and for job creation in the whole zone. And it operates irrespective of the boundaries that we have. That is the whole purpose of it. That's why it's been such a major item at the RDA meetings. And certainly the Mayor of Light would say to us that he has very clearly asked for our feedback, but it has not come before council. So I'm very frustrated with that. In terms of this report, I think it's a very comprehensive report. I think Anne's given us a good background to it. It reads very well. If it is achieved, then it will do wonders for this area, and it will build on the really positive brand opportunities, growth potential that we've got. So I certainly do endorse the motion, and I'll leave those points with you. Very concerning for me on some levels.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this particular item? If not, Councillor Hughes, I don't see any other hands up. Councillor Hughes, you can close the debate. Do you wish to close the debate, or are you happy for me to put the motion, Councillor Hughes?
I'm happy for you to put the motion.
Thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. All those against, please click no. It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Oh God, what have I done? I've lost my page. Okay, so moving on to Gawler River Floodplain Management Authority, and I am on page 14 of 95 of the agenda electronically, and it's my pleasure to welcome, and thank you, Anne. Thank you very much, Anne Moroney, for your presentation and attendance tonight. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Ian Baldwin, who is the chair of the Gawler River Floodplain Management Authority. Good evening, Ian, but I can't see you. Where are you?
Okay. Good
there you
evening,
are.
Mayor.
There you are. Hi. Hello.
Hi. Hello, Mayor.
Nice to see you again. Electronic.
Yes, it's great to be able to sit in on the meeting, and thank you for the invitation, both yourself and councillors, for the invitation to address you tonight on the operations of the GRFMA. A brief presentation. I have prepared a PowerPoint presentation which will guide us through the comments or the information I'll provide. I think Kate has a copy of that and might be screening that for you.
Yes, it's up. We can see it. I can see it. I'm assuming everybody else can. If you can't see it, please let me know. I think everyone can see it. Keep going, Ian.
Excellent. The title page provides a great aerial photograph of the Bruce Eastick North Para Flood Mitigation Dam. I'll turn over to page 2, which identifies 7 priority activities being undertaken by the authority, which I'll give a brief overview of. The first one is the Dam Break Consequence Report. Hydrology and Risk Consulting Proprietary Limited, HARC, was engaged to determine the consequence categories for the dam in accordance with the ANCOLD guidelines on the consequence categories for dams. Dam break models have been developed for the following scenarios: dam crest flood with and without failure of the dam, and flood overtopping event from possible maximum flood with and without failure of the dam. A draft report has been assessed by the GRFMA's Technical Assessment Panel, and a copy of that final report has now been forwarded to the SA State Emergency Service and the Department for Environment and Water for review prior to any further action being taken. The dam's operation and maintenance manual is currently being reviewed. The Executive Officer has been requested to investigate the matter of liability and risks in relation to the authority and board members should the Bruce Eastick North Para Flood Mitigation Dam breach or fail. Second point is the dam asset revaluation. The Bruce Eastick North Para Flood Mitigation Dam Asset Reevaluation 2018-19 report was completed by Intura Consultants working on behalf of the GRFMA for submission to the Audit Committee, with revised values being included within the authority's draft budget 2020-21, which you have copies of in your report. And that shows the value of infrastructure, property, plant and equipment standing at $21,936,548. In considering the Intura report, the Audit Committee recommended that the GRFMA board further investigate matters associated with risks and costs with site clearance should the asset then be materially damaged or destroyed. The Executive Officer has been tasked with this response. GRUMP, the Flood Risk Decision Tool. The authority has entered into partnership with Bushfire and Natural Hazards CRC, Australian Government's Research Centres Program, and the University of Adelaide to further develop an existing decision support tool to explore how to manage flood risk into the future, applying an integrated and dynamic approach. The Gawler River catchment is being used as a reference for the further development of the support tool, which ultimately will be made available to other authorities responsible for flood mitigation. The project is progressing with some funding recently being findings recently being presented to the joint project management group workshop. Those findings included mainly some scenario interpretation of extent of flood and cost and direct and indirect damages that might occur from 2019 through to the year 2060, with projected development included. The flooding extent and reduction in cost benefits that might occur with implementation of the Northern Floodweb project is also being considered. A similar investigation has also been undertaken for the dam raise proposal. The project has been supported by $98,980 in funding by the National Disaster Resilience Program, and the work, the findings of that group is due for completion in September this year. Dam maintenance, following the 2016 flood event, significant damage occurred to the dam lower access road. Works to restore the access road were completed during 2019, with Light Regional Council engaged to provide fill material and cartage. Dewatering of the Bruce Eastick North Para flood mitigation dam stilling basin undertaken during 2018 resulted in discovery of damage to the lining of the lower level outlet pipe and dislodgement failure of some cement baffle blocks in the stilling basin. A working party has been established with delegated authority to effect and project manage the required repairs. Preliminary legal advice has been obtained to understand the legal position on matters regarding possible claim for damages to cover all remediation costs associated with the defective works. Actions continuing. Charter review stage 1, the working group formed to undertake a charter and governance review to progress in 2 stages. The first stage came into effect on the 28th of January this year and was gazetted on the 27th of February 2020. This council, your council, adopted changes to the charter at its meeting on the 28th of January this year. Charter review stage 2 is underway. The authority has called for quotes from consultants to undertake investigations and provide recommendation for stage 2 of the charter review process. At its recent meeting, the board approved the engagement of Jeff Tate Consulting to undertake the review process, which will include scoping other contemporary governance and operational arrangements and council financial contributions for capital works, i.e. the review of percentage contributions to be paid by councils. The work is scheduled for completion by July 2021. Obviously, information coming out of that review will be fed through to the constituent councils as that project progresses. Strategic plans. The charter review adopted on the 28th of January included a new clause 13, providing management framework to be incorporated within the operations of the authority. Provision was made for the development of a strategic plan, long-term financial plan with a 10-year horizon, and asset management plan. Other plans not incorporated in charter but identified as supporting the above include an emergency management plan, an operation and maintenance manual for the dam. The Chief Executive Officer has been requested to develop the above documents to satisfy the provisions of the charter for consideration for the 2021-22 financial year.
So Ian, I might get you to wrap up. Thanks.
Sure. Obviously, the major projects that we have is ultimately the raising of the Bruce Eastick North Para Flood Mitigation Dam, and there's some information on page 3 relating to the estimated costs. The primary project, of course, is the Northern Floodway project, which Council will be pretty much aware of. Page 4 of the PowerPoint presentation shows the catchment. To the left of this slide in purple, the area of interest, the Northern Floodway proposal. Page 5 just gives an indication of the extent of flooding in a 1 in 100 average return interval event. And on page 6, in closer detail, the work that's required to achieve the Northern Floodway project, both in terms of the provision of or the upgrade of existing levies and what is proposed in the lower region of the Gawler River. Slide 7 just identifies some of the advocacy we're going through to achieve funding for this project. We've talked to some 16 members of Parliament, all indicating that they support the project, but of course they can't find the key to open the door to find funding to allow that project to progress. The last page is really the work that we're carrying out currently. One, obviously realise the construction of the Northern Floodway project, initiate strategic plans and facilitate completion of the charter, second stage of the charter review, and ultimately look at the increasing the height of the Bruce Eastick dam. Yeah, that's
Thanks, Ian.
covered it.
I've got a question. What was the damage bill in 2016?
Damages were estimated at around $50 million. So that's loss of crops and damage to plant and equipment. We were lucky with that event that it was only inundation. There was no flooding, for instance, of domestic premises or business sheds or the like. So that flood event was considered about a 20-year ARI event. So it was quite mild in some respects, but of course the damage is considerable.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Baldwin? Thank you, Ian. Councillor Tooley.
Thank you. Thank you, Ian, for that presentation. Ian, a lot of modelling used to be on things like 100-year floods, but we've noticed that with climate change, that's almost been thrown out of the window. Your modelling is taking us through for another 40 years, getting us ready, getting us prepared. What are you basing your modelling on? Is it on the latest climate change catastrophic predictions that you're modelling all of this on?
At this stage, the work that's been undertaken by consultants is based on the average return interval modelling. So anything from 1 in 10 through to 1 in 500 average return interval. The work that's been undertaken thus far doesn't include the impact of environmental change. There has been reference made to it, but there's not been any consideration given within the modelling.
I do have a subsequent. Yeah, I was hoping you weren't going to say that, because I track this stuff very, very interestingly, and I look at projects around Venice called the Moses Project. You may have heard of it. the projects around Miami, where people, councils, organisations, counties are trying to predict and plan for, and all the indications are that their planning is totally inadequate. You know what happens to Venice, you know what happens to Miami. They flood regularly. They can't build a big enough levee. It worries me that you haven't factored that in, which could mean, with all the unknowns, the uncertainty, but the expected crisis with climate change, that whatever you do isn't going to be enough. We could be throwing millions at this, but if it's not based on that type of climate science, then that worries me. That I was going to vote for this tonight because I thought your modelling was going to say, look, if we spend 30 odd million now,
Ian, have you got a question? Have you got a question?
Rather than risk it and spend 90 million picking it up, I thought that's what you were going to say. But yeah, thanks. But sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll now, if we can, thank you, Ian. There are no other questions that I can see. Thank you very much, Ian Baldwin, for coming along tonight and presenting and taking the time out of your busy day. It is an important matter, and there's lots of challenges ahead for at least trying to attract funding for this really, really important authority. It's been around for quite some time now, and it does go across quite a number of council areas. We do have an officer's recommendation in front of us. Is there anyone who's happy to move and second the officer's recommendation on there? So have we got Councillor Cody Davies? You happy to move that way? Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, just to say, you know, this kind of preventative work, I think we've experienced over the last year or so, that it might seem expensive at first to do the preventative work, but then when something actually happens, it turns out to be 100 times more expensive if you haven't planned properly for it. So, you know, as Councillor Tooley says, I think in the future we should keep updating the models, but this is the business plan for this upcoming year, and I'm happy to endorse it for the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. Councillor Little, are you happy to second?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
You wish to speak at all, Councillor?
Just briefly, I endorse a fair bit of what Councillor Tooley said. My concern was a bit about the modelling as well, but I think this is a good starting point. I believe what the Councillor Tooley said in relation to the latest trends with climate change is a must. But I'm still quite happy to second this motion.
Thank you. Open it up to the floor. Any other discussion? Councillor Tooley, and is there anyone else who wishes to speak before I have Councillor Tooley take the floor? I don't see any other hands. Okay, Councillor Tooley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I had read this recommendation quite thoroughly, and I listened quite with interest to Mr. Baldwin when he spoke. And I guess it was that answer to that question that's just rocked me and made me decide not to vote for it. We know it's in our face every day, the impacts of climate change. They're very real. It's beyond any doubt, and the impacts are massive. All councils have been warned about the climate risk. You only have to look at those councils that have a coastline with the risks they face and the massive costs they're now incurring in trying to hold back the rising oceans and the devastating erosion that occurs. I certainly believe in both mitigation and adaptation, and I certainly believe in the floodplain authority. What disappoints me is that they're not basing it on modern science, that they're using models that are not current. Now, both of my sons are engineers. They work as specialists in this area. One of them is working in Seattle at the moment, managing a massive project over there. And my other son works here. When I speak to them, their companies, their private companies, factor in climate change risk massively. If you don't do that, then as we're finding in, and I just use those two examples again, Miami, Florida, Venice, Italy. If you look at those two alone, the billions that were spent on those, and they're going to be inadequate in holding back the waters, then it could mean that the mitigation projects that we put in down the Gawler River are vastly inadequate. You talked, Ian, about the flood damage. I went out and looked at the Bruce Istic Dam when that flood event was on. You talked about the massive impact downstream. I think 90 million, you said. That you can keep tripling that if these massive flood events come, as we know they will. So they're the reasons, Mayor, that I sadly now change my position, and I lose a bit of confidence actually in that organisation if they're not going to adequately plan for what's in our face, what our government is telling us, what our peak bodies are telling us, what our scientists are telling us, that we have to both mitigate and adapt. I don't know what Catherine's going to talk about next, but I would hope that she might give us a little bit of hope at the local level. But they're my reasons, Mayor, for not being able to support this motion now.
Thank you. I am, it's not usual to have somebody seek leave to speak, but Mr. Baldwin, are you wanting to make any comment there?
If I may, Mayor, just to perhaps appease Councillor Tooley's thinking, we do have a second stage investigation that has to be undertaken before we can actually undertake work on the Northern Floodway project. That will be requested to consider the impact of climate change. The first stage of investigation hasn't included that, but the board is very mindful of that and has had discussion. And it is the intent that when we undertake the second stage review of this project, that it will include or request consideration of the impact of climate change on flood events in the Gawler River catchment.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Any other speakers on this matter? There be none. Councillor Davies, are you happy to close the debate? Are you happy for me to put that motion? Thank you. I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. All those against, please click no. It is carried. Thank you very much, elected members, and thank you, Ian Baldwin, Chair of GFRMA, for coming along and speaking with us tonight. So moving on to Climate Emergency Action Plan Working Group update, and now I'm on page 21 of 95 for anyone listening in or watching, and also for anyone in our meeting here tonight. It's my pleasure to welcome Catherine Warhurst, the Chair of the Action Plan Working Group. And Catherine, you're giving us a very brief update on the working group's activities. Catherine.
Okay, just checking everybody can hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, firstly, thanks for the opportunity to present. I'd certainly like to echo, obviously COVID's a terrible issue that we're dealing with at the moment, but when you compare the impacts of COVID and the potential impacts and the current impacts of climate change, sadly, COVID pales in comparison in terms of the total impact of the problem. Even just this week, we've had a number of new reports through. One example is that the insurance industry is now getting really concerned about this, and there's increasing insurance costs, which are highly going to affect regional communities, and there's going to be a point in time where areas are considered uninsurable. So that's just one example of the kind of things that we're going to be going into. I wanted to not go through the report in detail. I just wanted to focus on three key areas. Firstly, I wanted to give you an update on our continuing collection of data, the critical data required for the development of the action plan. Secondly, we're continuing to develop the draft of the action plan. And thirdly, I wanted to cover some input that I had in relation to the budget process. So in terms of the data, the report covers some of the continuing work that council staff has been doing in relation to data relevant to council's own emissions. So that's been a really good body of work that's progressing well. In terms of the community scale emissions data, we've now got the consultants Ironbark Sustainability developing a community emissions profile for Gawler. Because we've collaborated with a number of the other councils that have also declared a climate emergency, we've enabled this work to be done at a very, very economical price. In fact, it's only going to cost $1,950 for an appropriate profile of the community's community scale emissions. The data has some limitations in that it's a profile, it's not a total inventory, but it is really good information at an absolute bargain basement price, and it's enough information for us to be developing the plan and working forward with. We may identify areas that we need more detailed information in the future, but at this point in time, it's the kind of data that we need at the kind of level that we need. The issue 2 I wanted to talk about was about the draft plan. Clearly, the working group members are providing input into this. We were going to run a series of 3 workshops for the community, for council staff and for councillors. However, obviously with COVID, there's different impacts now. We have to rethink our approach, but we're looking at, I'll just give all the councillors here a heads up. We're looking to have individual conversations with each of the councillors, so council staff and I, and anybody who wants to participate from the working group will be doing that. So just giving you a little bit of a heads up that we will be doing some preliminary conversations. What I was particularly interested in focusing on was, I know you've got a series of important budget decisions coming up. I wanted to be fairly positive because I think some of the ideas that I'm hoping to present are opportunities as well as potential savings for the council. Once the budget is out for community consultation, the Climate Emergency Action Plan Working Group will hold an additional workshop session for to add our perspective to your budget decision making. So we're very happy to do that. That might be as simple as a traffic light system, you know, green, amber, red in terms of emissions. So we're looking to do that. But specifically, I wanted to spend some time on the importance of one specific budget bid. And I know because of COVID, things have been turned upside down, but I really wanted to stress that there's really a standout project that will not only enable our work in the future, but also ongoing medium to long-term decisions that the council will need to make in terms of how it sources its energy needs in the future. So the budget bid I'm talking about is the feasibility and prioritisation study for on-site renewables program. And I wanted to give you some idea of the opportunities that can be explored through this kind of project. So I'd encourage you to get your pens out and write down some of these figures because I didn't have a PowerPoint presentation, and these are important figures and people tend to forget numbers. So 75% of the council itself operations, not the community, but the council, 75% of your energy use is from 2 specific sources. One is street lighting at about 40%, and the other one is the council site electricity use at about 35%. Okay, so combined, those 2 items alone are 75% of your energy use. Now with street lighting, and I don't want to oversimplify the process, however, a single project or single action of swapping out existing bulbs 100% with LEDs could reduce your energy use in street lighting by 50%. Now that's about 20 to 25% of your total energy budget, okay? So these are significant things that we can do that have, they've got emissions benefits, but they've also got significant cost savings. And these are recurrent cost savings for the council to be considering. Now, in a similar vein, the council site energy use is a similarly large chunk of your total energy. So it's around 35% of your total energy use across your sites. However, the available solutions for this to find energy efficiency measures and renewable energy solutions are much more varied. So it's not as simple as just swapping out an old technology for a new technology in terms of LED bulbs. It's there's a lot of opportunities in this space and they're widely varied. So that's why we think a feasibility study is really important. The solutions could be, like in terms of reducing emissions, if we just look at it from that perspective, it could be as basic as simply purchasing 100% green energy, or it could be an approach that involves the council increasing its own energy generation, potentially trading or retailing its own energy. Now, the energy market will never go back to us getting our energy from one single provider and just basically paying for what you use. The energy market will never be like that again. So we really need to look at how can we meet our energy needs, at the same time reduce emissions and find savings in the process. So there's lots of options for ideas and there's many areas where some version of this is already existing. It's tried, tested, proven, and it's just a matter of Gawler Council having a look at going, what's available, what does the technology support, and what do we want to do? What suits our community best? So that's what the feasibility study could do. There's options for community-owned energy generation, for instance, that provide savings to the local communities as well as local employment opportunities. Now, these are all very real projects that it's just a matter, they're not radical, they're not unusual. Nearly all of them exist in some form around the globe. So I think that they're pretty standard things, but it's just a matter of Gawler spending the time working out what suits it best.
Catherine.
Yeah, I'm nearly there. So we've got a number of very real opportunities in this space. We also have the advantage of being the first climate emergency declared council, in that we're an early mover in some areas of this, and organisations want to see change and they want to help us. Now, an example of this is that I don't know if you're aware of the organisation called Carina, which is called Citizens Owned Renewable Energy Network Australia. It's the organisation that put the solar panels on the roof of the Gawler Community House. And how they fund that is it's a zero interest loan that the organisation pays back over time at the same rate that they were originally paying their energy bills. Now they have another stream, which is bigger projects, and they've made it clear to me that they're interested in supporting Gawler Council with a zero interest loan to do some energy efficiency measures or emission reduction work to the tune of $50,000. Now, we can take those opportunities up if we choose to explore them. And we know that strategically it fits with the broader decisions that the council needs to make around its energy future. So I think it's quite an important thing. It could also provide energy resilience in emergencies. We can design it so that we can have certain hub centres, whether it's the civic centre, the admin centre, the rec centre will have its standalone power for emergency situations as well. All that can be designed into these systems. And why, I've just got one more sentence. The need for this investigation will remain no matter the final form of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. So while, I know the plan's not done yet, nevertheless, this information will be needed no matter how we do this plan, because we're talking about remedies for a very large chunk of the council's own energy sources. So I hope that gave you some kind of ideas about the work that we've been doing and hopefully the value that we can add to the council's consideration on these matters.
Thanks, Catherine. Okay, any questions for Catherine Warhurst? Thank you. Thank you very much, Catherine, for coming along this evening. So we have where are we? We have a fairly straightforward recommendation here. Councillor Shanks, are you happy to move that way?
Yeah, I am, yep.
Thank you. And Councillor Fraser, are you happy to second?
Can I put a point 2 on that, please?
Well, we've got the mover who wishes to move. What's the point 2 if you
that a report come back to council on where and how the council could utilise the Carina opportunity? Probably utilise is probably, yeah, that's right, yeah.
Mover, are you happy to accept that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that amendment. Yep.
It's not an amendment, it's just a variation to your motion.
Apologies, I'm happy with that variation.
It probably needs to have opportunity put after Carina, I think.
The Carina opportunity.
Yes.
Is it, how do you spell Carina?
C-O-R-E-N-A, I think, isn't it? Is that right, Catherine?
Yep.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So we have a mover and a second. Mover, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, just quickly. Firstly, I'd like to thank Catherine for that detailed report. It was great to get those little teasers and really show the work that we're doing in the group. You know, although COVID-19 has been crippling, we are still showing that we are working on our draft plan. We're gathering the data that we need, and there have been some very constructive subgroups that have formed through the working committee to work on different separate tasks, which has just been paramount in the progression that we've managed to achieve in the last few months. There seems to be just a good energy in our group, and our vast knowledge has been complementary to it. So, yeah, just want to thank Catherine and happy to move the officer's recommendation to continue on with the work.
Thank you. Councillor Fraser.
Yes, the Carina, just speaking on the Carina opportunity, if we could get, you know, $50,000 worth of renewable energy put in there, it's of no cost to our bottom line at all, because as Catherine explained, it's interest free and you only pay it back on the money that you're saving. It's not actually, don't have to find any money anywhere. It's only on money that you would normally have spent anyway.
There's some caveats. Is it okay just speak to the offer? Very briefly.
Yeah, very briefly, Catherine, because we did.
It's not generally just an open offer on any renewable energy project. Specifically, they're interested in retiring gas infrastructure and they're interested in energy efficiency measures. That's partly in relation to the overall high level of renewables in the South Australian grid already. It would be different if we were in a state that was funded, that was had energy sources from a lot of, say, brown coal, but because we don't, their focus is on gas, so perhaps the pool, and because that's our major gas user, and it's a significant chunk, or other energy efficiency measures.
I'm going to keep moving. Thank you, Catherine. Speakers on this matter? There be none. Councillor Shanks, are you happy for me to put the motion?
I am, yes.
I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. All those against, please click no. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Catherine, for coming along this evening. Okay. Right. Now moving on to page 29 of the agenda, and we have Code of Practice for Council and Committee Meetings. Now, Councillor Davies, I have your, it was suggested that your wording be added to this.
Yeah.
Are you move that way?
Yeah, that's what I was planning to move.
Okay, so you previously provided that to Kate. Kate, if you want to incorporate that into the I mean, you could put the council adopts the updated as amended, or you could add the specific wording that Councillor Davies has, and I do have that in front of me. And that is, do you want me to read it out, Kate? Do you want me to read it out? Yep. Okay, so that we keep public recordings, open bracket, to be kept on our official YouTube channel, close bracket, of the remainder of our ordinary council meetings that are held on the Zoom platform. I think I've got that right, Councillor Davies. Is that, do you want to speak to that while Kate continues to put those wordings up?
Yep. So I think this, you know, this online infrastructure setup, I think, is an opportunity in some ways. This is something that back on my first budget on the council, there was something in there about live streaming that I thought was, you know, valuable, and I wanted to get live streaming and, you know, and recording just to make it more accessible to more people. And at the time, I think there was sort of an impression that, oh, I don't know if that many people will take you up on it. But, you know, this meeting, around 60 people have been, you know, consistently tuned into this online so far. And I think it's, you know, something that, and we're even getting like 10 people on these, you know, subcommittee meetings that, you know, normally no one attends in person. So I just think anything that makes it more accessible. Recording is something that's already happening. The YouTube videos do it by default when you do a live recording, and then we just have to keep them on there basically. So I think it's a valuable transparency tool for just making it so that everyone can access our meetings.
Thank you. And Councillor Fraser, are you happy to second?
Yes, but I have a question too.
I've just sent through Kate Symes the email, and if you look down the bottom of the email, the wording's there. You can cut and paste it in. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Fraser.
Yeah, I have a question. It says in there that when we're talking about a division, that we change the hand to the away symbol. Now, is the away symbol the cup of coffee?
No, it's the
world. It's the world, is it?
It's the clock.
It's the clock. That's what I meant. Yeah, sorry. So, okay, all right. Because I thought our away symbol was the cup of coffee, and I'm thinking that wouldn't work.
Yeah, that's for when you go out and have.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, and that's what I read when I read that as the away symbol. So
I'll just have that clarified by Kate Symes. Kate, if you can just clarify that question.
Yes, so at the moment we are using the clock symbol, which is the away symbol, to raise a formal motion or to raise a point of order. And given some of the points that I think it was Councillor Tooley has raised, to call a division does also require that kind of level of urgency. Yeah. So rather than using that hand symbol, we did take note of those comments and think that that should also be used to that clock symbol. So yeah, it's a matter of...
I understand all that, but it was just the wording of it. Maybe it should be the clock symbol and not the away symbol.
Yep. Okay, we can update that. That's easy.
Noted. We can put that updated and that'll be incorporated in the word updated. So, Councillor Fraser, do you wish to speak as a seconder, or are you? Hang on a minute, Di. But now you're right.
Okay. No, I'm happy with the motion. It's just that when I was reading that, I had a bit of a problem with the away symbol, because when I read it, I was thinking of the cup of coffee, about being away from the meeting, and I'm happy for it to be changed to the clock.
Thank you. Now, next is Councillor Tooley and then Councillor Shanks, in that order.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. I had thought that we'd already passed this very same thing, because at the last meeting, I remember you, Mayor, you held up the page which had the symbols on it, and you reminded me that we'd already passed this code of practice. Yeah. So I'm puzzled why we're doing it again, but if it's because it's different, I couldn't find the differences. They weren't flagged in red. Is this an update of something we've already just recently approved, maybe 1 or 2 meetings ago? Or is it a different one?
I'll just pass over to Kate Symes just to clarify that.
So the code of practice itself hasn't changed. It's just the Appendix 1, where there has been the change to the calling a division from the raising of the hand to the clock symbol. And we've added in the details for polling for private ballots. So it's only that appendix that has been updated based on some of the comments at the last council meeting, and to include the ability to hold a private ballot now.
So could I just, if you don't mind, Mayor, could I just ask that we stick with the normal practice, Kate, that when we do make the changes, we flag them in red so that it's very easy for us to see the difference. Otherwise, you have to get the 2 documents side by side if you're going to do your job properly, and you have to compare them. It's a lengthy project to do that, when we've always had the practice of putting them simply in red that says this is the difference. It's been very easy. Can we please still do that in the future?
Thank you. Thank you for that feedback. I'll go to Councillor Shanks. Councillor Shanks?
Yeah, look, I'll be speaking for the motion as it sits with Cody's comments there. I sort of echo exactly what he's saying. It actually gives us another platform to engage with our community that may or may not be able to attend our meetings publicly. And I think there's maybe a bit of interest that's otherwise we wouldn't have if we weren't in this digital platform. So silver lining, yeah, having the more viewers from our community, the better. And even again, giving the option to view it at a later date only helps that mandate. So yeah, I'm completely for this motion.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Davies, are you happy for me to put the motion? Yep. Awesome. We'll put the motion. All those in favour, please click yes. All those against, please click no. Have we got everybody here? We've only got 9 votes. Is somebody missing? Councillor Samble. Is Brian there, or has he left the room for the minute? I can't see Brian.
I've lost the thing, yeah.
Have you lost the link?
I've lost the link, yeah, but I'm in favour of it.
Okay, you can't click on it, Brian?
No, I haven't got that. I can't.
Just raise your hand, Brian. If you're for.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah, no, I got it now.
Okay, all right, beautiful. Thank you. So that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for your patience. So now we're moving to COVID-19 update. On page 32. And we've got a thorough report. I'll take it as read. Happy to accept a mover. Are you happy? I've got 2 hands up here. I've got Councillor Fraser and Councillor Hughes in that order. Are you happy to move?
I've got a question.
If I can just ask if I can get a mover and a seconder first, and I'll accept your question, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Hughes, are you happy to move?
Yeah, I'm happy to move. I've got a question as well.
Well, I'll see if I can get a seconder. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Vallelonga's happy to second. Is that correct, Councillor Vallelonga? Yes, thank you. So, Councillor Hughes, you can speak to the motion and ask your question. Then I'll go to Councillor Fraser. She can ask her question. Thank you.
Just briefly, yeah, agree with the officer's recommendation. I think it's important work that our health inspectors are doing, and I think the whole council operations have been noting a lot of people are out and about in our parks and reserves walking, and I think most are social distancing quite well, sticking in family groups and things like that, which is really good. My question was whether our council inspectors have actually been involved in any social distance breaches or any like any of those sort of reports.
Is Ryan Viney here? Where's Ryan? Oh, there you are, Ryan. If you could just respond, and then I'll go to Councillor. Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. Our council environmental health officers have been out and about doing their inspections, as well as our community safety officers have also been picking up some work in this space, policing the social distancing. Our environmental health officers have principally been focusing on some of the business operations and helping those businesses through the restrictions, while our community safety officers have adopted inspections of the parks and playgrounds and more of the open space to ensure that social distancing has been adhered to. In terms of the social distancing realms, I know that there have been a number of sort of verbal sort of directions and warnings provided to members of the community to make sure that they are either adhering to social distancing or staying off council infrastructure that's otherwise been closed. And also the environmental health officers have been issuing notices for breaches of certain aspects of outdoor dining and similar types of issues where people have been congregating in larger numbers. But all in all, it's been very positive, well received by the community, and I'd say that most 90% of the community or 99% of the community are adhering to the social distancing rules, and it's going well.
Thanks, Mr. Viney. I think that addresses your question, Councillor Hughes, and a really good update on just how positive and how the community is to ending this pandemic, which is really good to hear, isn't it? Now, Councillor Vallelonga, you seconded the motion. I'll give you an opportunity to speak as a seconder if you wish. Jim?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, just like to follow up on what Ryan Viney just said. The inspectors have been inspecting around. They've actually inspected our place right in the heart of the virus, and they're doing a really good job. Even Jack Dan Oz, I've got to you can pat him on the back because he actually come up and asking all businesses and even asking us if we need any help from the council. And yes, and that's much appreciated. And I think that's right along the whole main street, and I think it's working quite well.
Well, thank you, Councillor Vallelonga. That's fantastic words. Thank you very much. Councillor Fraser, you can ask your question.
I'd like to withdraw my question. I just realised I've written it on under the wrong thing. It should be later on further on in the agenda. Sorry.
No problem. Now, Councillor Shanks, you're next. Cab off the rank.
Yeah, look, I just wanted to thank Council for the report. It's very detailed and itemises everything with a lot of information there. My question, I'm fully in support of the report. My question is around the amount of information there. Are we looking at, if we haven't already, trying to simplify that and maybe, getting it out into the media and things like that?
Okay. Ryan Viney. Actually, I might, Ryan, if you can address.
Yeah, through the chair. Henry and I have been discussing ways of distributing this through the community, and we've, particularly looking at a number of Facebook posts that our staff are working on to really communicate the positive messaging that we're receiving from the business community and everyone. So I think that I suppose those Facebook posts are what we have identified at this stage to help to spread the message.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Shanks, for that question. I might go to Councillor Tooley.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to speak against the motion. I would like to note that there are certainly some very good things which are being done. But my concern is the things that are not being done. I have to say, when I read the section on COVID kindness, I have to say that I felt that was very hollow. As you would know, my wife and I have been in isolation 100% since early March, and not one member of this council or staff has even contacted us to see how we're going, and yet the banners across the main street and that COVID kindness flyer that goes into the newsletters, and it's in that in this officer's recommendation, says that that's what we advocate for: kindness, checking how you're going. And I'm just at a loss that not even one of you has even said, you know full well, how are you going? Luckily, Penny and I are very, very resilient, and luckily we have networks that get food delivered, and we have ways of doing it. But for me, when I read that, if you can't do it for one of your own, I find that that is hollow when you advocate that for the community. That's the first thing I'd say. Secondly, I would say we're not doing enough. That's why my motion on notice comes up later, where I believe we could be doing an awful lot more. And I'll explain that later, why I believe that simply deferring is not good enough. It's cruel. Deferring payments where we eventually get them back when people have had no income for 6 months. But I'll talk more on that later. Also, I just can't understand any justification for punishing our staff by having their EB stopped, by having their pay rise blocked, when I know 100% that every one of our executives have had their annual CPI rises because it's written into their contracts, and they've had them, they're all up to date. They've all had them at their very, very high level salaries, and yet to these poor staff that have not received their EB, it's been fighting for it for over 2 years, and some of them are very lowly paid. They don't have cars, they don't have petrol cards, they don't have their travel paid for them, and yet we cruelly use COVID to suppress that. I think is just unconscionable. And finally, the hurdles that our staff have to go through to work from home screams to me of a lack of trust. When I look at Playford Council, I think I read over 200 staff working from home. We know the advocacy of our state premier and our prime minister, where you can, you should. And yet it would appear to me that we have put such a large hurdle in that we're effectively blocking the majority of people from working at home. And to me, it lacks trust. If people have got their technology and they want it, we should trust them to do it. These are adults. After all, every achievement that we get on this council is the result of hard-working staff. We can't achieve it without them. And I think they're feeling broken and hurt, and I just don't think it's good enough. So they're my criticisms of this so-called COVID-19 update. I think it is vastly inadequate, and parts of it are just cruel.
Thank you, Councillor Tooley. Any other discussion? There are no other hands up. Councillor Hughes, you can close the debate, Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, just briefly, as a councillor, I do think I've been really fairly looked after by council staff. I was offered an extra screen for my computer if I needed it. I was offered extra computer advice. I've had the staff from Gawler Council go out of their way to actually contact me to make sure I could use the electronic equipment, which was really good. I think the support that we've actually had from staff to work remotely has been excellent. So I do think, and the emails that have been sent to us from the executive to make sure that we are doing okay working remotely, I think has been really well done and reassuring. And I do think staff have gone the extra mile to make sure that we as councillors can do our work and work well. So actually, yeah, thank the staff for all that work that they've done, which is great. And it is really good to walk into the takeaway businesses in Gawler and see that there is a sign on the door, only 3 customers in at a time, and the crosses that are 1.5 or 2 metres apart, and the fact that the council health inspectors have actually set that up, and it seems to be working really well. So yeah, I think the health inspectors and all the council staff have been doing a really good job.
Thank you. The debate's closed. I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. All those against, please click no. It is carried. Thank you very much, councillors. So now we're up to the monthly finance report. Thank you, Paul Horde and your team, for your hard work. You always present such thorough reports, so thank you, Paul, for that. We do have, I'll take it as read, and we do have an officer's recommendation on page 42. Councillor Samble, are you happy to move that way?
I am, and it's very explanatory, and congratulations to the team with the work that they're doing under the circumstances that we're now faced with.
And thank you, Councillor Samble. And Councillor Hughes, are you happy to second?
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, I also agree with Councillor Samble. Yeah, finance staff are doing extra work and doing work to prepare for the future, and what that may be, and the recovery for all of us within the town. So it's a huge workload, and it's great that they are working in that longer process, and it's not something that you can come up with quickly. It's going to take time, and also dealing with people that are sort of suffering loss of jobs and income, and working through those processes.
Thank you. Open it up to the floor. Any discussion? There be none. I see no hands. Councillor Samble, are you happy for me to put that motion?
I am, Mayor Karen.
Thank you. I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. All those against, please click no. It is carried. Thank you very much. Now, it is 9 o'clock. I'm happy to have a short 10-minute break if people are happy, and then we'll come back and continue, give us an opportunity to just stretch our legs. So it is 9:01 by my clock, and we'll come back at 11 past 9. Give us 10 minutes. Okay, thank you, everyone. Oh, sorry. Okay. How are we going? Can't see that many people. Okay, so we're all here. I think we'll get started. So I am now on page 44 of the agenda, item 11.8. And we have an officer's recommendation here. Councillors. Councillor Tooley, are you seeking leave of the meeting to make a personal statement? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
If I can just seek leave, you're seeking leave of the meeting. If the meeting can show me by your hands, if you click on hands, in the affirmative, I'm assuming. Yep. You have leave of the meeting, Councillor Tooley.
Thank you, Mayor Redmond. Mayor, could I ask you to give me a 1-minute warning? I hope not to use that time, but if I do, could you please give me a 1-minute warning?
I certainly can.
Thank you. Elected members and the community that are listening, the minutes record that I missed the January, February and March council meetings, but it doesn't record why. I tried to get them into the minutes tonight, but wasn't allowed to. Missing those meetings has brought us to this unprecedented position where I could potentially be removed from office due to Section 54 of the Act. Section 54 of the Act is a safety net regulation that allows for wide-ranging discretion, is not mandatory, and is aimed at the type of elected member, a recidivist absentee who gets elected but never turns up to the meetings. Never intended for someone like me. Despite this, the town of Gawler leadership and administration has chosen to act on Section 54, and hence item 11.8 is before us tonight. We received, as a gift from our children, tickets to go to the Australian Open in Melbourne. I couldn't ask for leave in December because I got the gift afterwards, so I sent my apology from Melbourne. I wanted to be at the February 2020 meeting, as my long fought for grievance procedure motion was on the agenda. However, I got ill on that day and I sent an email with my apology for my illness. Not that I wanted to miss that meeting either. My wife, Penny, has a compromised immune system and she spent 14 days in ICU in October 2019, 8 days in a coma, 10 days on a respirator. You've seen those images from New York. With COVID-19, our doctor advised us both that Penny was extremely high risk and for her to contract COVID-19 would almost be fatal. We were told that we both needed to self-isolate. We began self-isolating in late January and full isolating in March the 12th. I sent an email on the 24th of March and I requested leave of absence on compassionate grounds so that I could avoid this. Kate, can you please show the photograph, Kate?
We're not showing any photograph, sorry. Keep going, Councillor Tooley.
Well, that's disappointing because I submitted a photograph of my wife on a respirator so that you could see her children beside her holding her hands as she gasped breath. We did not want to go back into that situation. 14 hours a day, I sat by her side with tubes coming out of her body. On compassionate grounds, I asked you that you give me leave of absence so that I could stay clean and away from that virus with her. On that night, Councillor Fraser moved my request. And then Councillor Little, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Goldstone and Councillor Koch sat silent. They refused to second that motion. Mayor Redmond took 3 seconds to declare the motion lost and moved on. She did not badger anyone nor ask anybody, knowing that I'd sent the email to her, did not ask for anyone to second it. The other thing that everybody knew was if that happened, that the trigger for this section would occur. you could remove me from council for 3 consecutive meetings. So it's bad enough that you didn't grant me leave, but you did it knowing you could remove me. And look what has happened. That has come before us tonight. Kate, can you please put up the letter from my doctor?
No, it won't be put up. You can keep talking, Councillor Tooley.
So, Mayor, you continue to discriminate against me and bully me. You will not let me put the photographs up. You will not let me put that letter up. I said to you at that meeting that I could get that letter. And so I went back to my doctor the next day on the 25th of March. And I said, Dr. Zamano, I didn't think I would need to ask you, but would you please put it in writing so I can show my councillors that for my wife to get infected would be fatal. He was gobsmacked he had to do it, but he submitted it to me on the 27th of March. That was the letter that I was going to put up. But the Mayor Redmond will not let me see that. She won't let you see the letter. She won't let you see the photographs. And I'm in this situation tonight where any one of you tonight, if you could do that to me at that meeting and refuse to grant me leave, unprecedented, never happened in the nature or the history of this council ever. To see some of you sitting back, rolling your eyes because you just don't care, then the same don't care attitude that wouldn't grant one of your own leave, you could easily tonight, this could be my last meeting, and you could declare you want to invoke that section and remove me from office. I don't know how you sleep at night. I'm absolutely disgusted that my fellow councillors had no compassion. Not one of you contacted me when my wife was in hospital, 14 hours a day. Mayor Redmond knew, but none of you came to my aid, apart from Jim Vallelonga. And I'm your own. 14 hours I spent. If you'd seen that picture, you would see the images of my wife almost dead and her children surrounding her. And I'm on the phone to my son in Seattle, who is desperate to be there. And you couldn't grant me leave of absence. And you did it knowing that you could trigger this for tonight, that you could remove me from office. How despicable are you?
Thank you, Councillor Tooley. Councillor Fraser, you had your hand up before I allowed Councillor Tooley to seek leave.
No, I was going to move a motion. Is that okay if I go ahead with that?
Just one moment. I've got a sign to say point of order. I'll allow that. Sorry, Councillor Tooley, what is your point of order, please?
My point of order, Mayor, is that I now choose to declare an interest, a conflict in this motion. I want to remove myself. I do not want to listen to the filthy debate that goes on. I want to be removed from this, and you can call me when I can come back in. I am stepping out of the meeting. I don't even want to sit here and listen. Switch me off. I don't want to hear part of it.
Waiting room. You've got a conflict. You've declared that you wish to leave the room. I'm going to put you in a waiting room, and when we've completed the debate, I'll bring you straight back, Councillor Tooley. So
thank you.
Click that now. Okay. So Councillor Tooley has left the room. Now, Councillor Fraser.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I would like to move the officer's recommendation with a point as point 1 and put a point 2 in, please. And I think Kate has the point 2 up there already. The reason I've put point 2 in is because of Councillor Tooley's repeated and sustainable behaviour and breaches, especially his behaviour towards his peers and the staff of council. And it is repeated and sustained, and something needs to be done about it. I don't know that actually removing him from council over non-attendance is as big a problem as what his behaviour is. And I just would like to know how we can go about it. And so I'm putting that up. I mean, I could get into a debate over what Councillor Tooley's just said, but that's personal and it's not needed.
Thank you. So Councillor Fraser has moved. You can see in front of you. Do I have a seconder for that particular motion? Councillor Little, are you happy to second that motion? I'll just unmute you, Paul. Excuse me. If you just click unmute. There we go.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mayor Karen. Yeah, I'm pleased to second this. I believe the second point is valid. I think where Councillor Tooley is getting carried away is the fact that he missed 3 meetings. That's not my beef with it. My beef is his conduct. And I believe that Councillor Fraser's motion adequately addresses that problem. His conduct sometimes is not befitting a councillor, where he abuses and he calls it bullying to him. I believe, in my experience, that he's just as big a bully as what he says everybody else is. So I am quite pleased to second that motion. I, like Diane or Councillor Fraser, don't believe he should be removed at this time, but I think his conduct needs to be looked into.
So I have a mover and a seconder. Open it up for discussion. I have Councillor Shanks. I don't have anyone else at this stage. So Councillor Shanks. Nathan, if you can just, there you go. You've got the floor, Councillor Shanks.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, for some reason I'm having some technical difficulties. I keep on dropping out. I'm not sure what's happening there, so hopefully I don't drop out here. But I am happy to see that we're not using this as a means of removing Councillor Tooley. I think I vocalised this quite often to all my elected members that it wouldn't be a good look. And yeah, I'm happy to go with Di's motion here, just because it is sort of showing that that there are some councillors that have been upset and or offended by Councillor Tooley. And look, if there's nothing wrong, then an investigation or whatever report comes of will be able to show that. But I do thank you for showing some restraint on it and trying to take the personality out, because our professionalism is what is being watched here. So I think there is a lot of issues going on a personal level, but raising above that and trying to move forward is what we're elected to do. So again, I do thank you, Di, for putting this up. And yeah, look, let's move on.
Thank you, Councillor Shanks. Councillor Kosh, you're next.
Yeah, look, I'm supporting this motion, and I thank Councillor Fraser for putting it up. I also agree that removing Councillor Tooley on these 3 missing those 3 meetings would be fairly beyond thin ice, I reckon. But Councillor Tooley's got a history of pretty poor behaviour on this council, and nothing we seem to do seems to improve his behaviour. And in my opinion, it's probably getting worse. And I think as a collective, as a council, we have to do something, because we're elected by the community to provide leadership. And when we see somebody behaving as they do, we have to do something, because the code of conduct hasn't worked, mediation hasn't worked, breaches of the code haven't worked, even the Ombudsman's reports haven't worked, censures haven't done anything, workshops haven't done anything. So it's really up to us as a collective group to do something now and provide the council, provide to the community what the council should be doing. So I'm quite happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kosh. Any other discussion? I don't see any other hands up. Councillor Fraser. Close the debate, Councillor Fraser.
No, I have nothing else to say.
The debate's closed. I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. All those against, please click no. The motion is carried. Thank you. Now, David, is it manage participants or you?
I can bring him back in now, Councillor.
You bring him back in? Yep,
no
bring him back in. Thank you. Okay, so that concludes that item. And I'll keep moving. And we are moving now on to item 11.9, which is the Gawler Civic Centre January to March quarter update. We have these every quarter, and I'm on page 47. Thank you. And I will take it that the report and the attachments are read. Councillor Little, you have your hand up. Are you moving the motion?
I've got a point of order. Councillor Tully's breached your thing. He's showing his wife's photo on the TV screen.
Okay, I can't do anything about that. I have no control over that unless we take the video off, and that's not appropriate. So, Councillor Tully, I'd ask you to remove that photograph. It is up to you to do that. Formally ask you to remove that photograph. Thank you. Uphold that point of order, Councillor Little, and the photograph is removed. Happy to accept the officer's recommendation and then accept questions if that's how members wish to go. Or we can just move on and not accept any motion. Councillor Hughes, are you happy to move the motion?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Do I have a, now I've got Councillor Tully, are you happy to second the motion? No? Councillor Goldstone, are you happy to second the motion?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'll ask the mover and seconder to speak, and then I'll go to you, Councillor, question. Councillor Hughes.
I'm just in favour of the officer's recommendation. It's going to be something that is sort of COVID-19. We will have to look at changes, and I think the report sort of notes that. So, move the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Goldstone, as a seconder. Do you wish to speak at all?
No, I just think it's an appropriate recommendation. I've got nothing else to add. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Tully, and then Councillor, oh no, Councillor Sample's hand's gone. Councillor Tully, do you have a question?
No, I'm going to speak. Well, yeah, I do have some questions actually, and I unashamedly hold those questions up to shame you. That is what my wife looked like when she was in ICU. And you wouldn't even believe me. You're disgusting. So I have no hesitation in showing those photographs, and I hope they've been recorded and the people out there have seen what you didn't even want to know. And you look away and you roll your eyes, you just don't care. The words you say about care are meaningless, meaningless. Regarding the Civic Centre, my question is, we have 11 rooms that we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars developing. We also have around about 6 or 7 large meeting rooms that we invested part of the millions of dollars for the administration centre. Both of those sets of rooms sit idle. And the best thing that we can do, it appears, is the CEO occasionally likes to move some meetings like the RDA to fill up 1 or 2 of those rooms. What are we doing to try to activate the use of those rooms so the community gets some value for the millions they've invested in this civic centre? That's my first question. I have 3.
Mr. Barrett.
Certainly. So through the chair, part of the activation of those meeting rooms is offering the meeting rooms free of charge to community organisations Monday through to Friday at all hours. So that was a resolution passed by council earlier in January around the extended after hours activation, and those meeting rooms are therefore free of charge for any community organisation within Gawler Monday to Friday at all hours of operation. Unfortunately, there's been no uptake to that. We have communicated with all the community organisations via email. We've also provided advertising in our rates notice inserts as well as in the Bunyip and Facebook posts as well to that effect. So that's one of the strategies on activation of that. We've also been lobbying businesses within the community, especially those in the B2B network for the RDA and also the Business Innovation Hub, to utilise the rooms more so for their business meetings. There's been some success in that for the level 1 meeting rooms related to the Innovation Hub, but no other success wider than that, unfortunately. So we are trying to activate those meeting room spaces, but with lack of community demand at this point in time, we're not sure what else we can do.
Thank you. You had a subsequent, Councillor Tooley?
I did, thank you. Up until the COVID situation, which has affected everything, we understand that, but both the hub and the cafe were significantly underperforming. Has and is anything being done to help rectify that problem?
Thank you. Mr. Barrett?
So through the chair, I'm not sure how Councillor Tooley is reflecting that they're underperforming, as prior to the shutdown, the hub was actually at 75% occupancy in terms of its membership capacity, which is excellent after only 1 year of operation. And they had interest to increase that to about 90% prior to the COVID-19 shutdown. So in terms of the hub, I disagree. I think it's operating very well from a membership level up until the shutdown. Regarding the cafe, I agree customers aren't huge in that space. However, the cafe was performing in terms of its budget, and it was operating at a cost break-even position for the operator. So in terms of being a successful business in an environment of a low count of foot traffic, it was actually performing as it should, in my opinion.
Subsequent question, Councillor Tooley?
Yeah, I would disagree, because I think the performance of the hub is beyond just those numbers. It was all of the things they're meant to be running in terms of programs and training and apps and all the rest of it. But finally, last time the data was before us, the number of performances, the number of people going to the performances, we were actually running in the majority of cases at a loss. The main reason seemed to be that, and this applies also to the use of the facilities by a lot of groups, is that because the security is so bad, payment has to be made for some sort of security, be that a staff member or an actual security guard, because we can't just leave it open because it's designed so badly. Undesirables can roam in. So that makes it difficult. And then we also have the problem of the sound effectiveness has put a lot of groups off. So are there any bright lights in that area where we might see some improvement?
So through the chair, in terms of the acoustic treatments, we've actually undertaken acoustic treatments within the venue, which includes curtaining to the rear of the facility in the hall, which are operating extremely well. And recent performances have had no acoustic issues. We've also added some additional curtains to the rear of the stage area to assist with a backwards noise acoustic treatment, and that worked exceptionally well at the last performance. In terms of the general performance elements across the financial year, we're actually breaking even on all those performances. Yes, we may make a loss on one show, but we'll pick up that loss and return the revenue on another show. It's just the nature of performing arts when we're trying to build an audience. The loss maker for the current financial year was our morning matinee show in October, which didn't perform to expectation in terms of uptake from a senior audience. However, we profited on our evening cabaret shows throughout the financial year thus far to balance that out. So as I've previously said at updates and other council reports, it needs to be looked at over a whole of year approach, not a show by show basis. And the whole of year approach is a balanced outcome in terms of the cash that we're paying for our performers balanced against the ticket sales and revenue that we generate as a result.
So I might go to Councillor Samble and then Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Mayor Karen, and I'd like to make comment on Mr. Barrett and his team for this very comprehensive report, but I also agree with Councillor Tooley on a number of the about the usage of the rooms and that there, and especially to do with the heritage area. It's absolutely fantastic. We did discuss about the point of having a donation box on the way in. I think, Mayor Karen, you also had an idea of that as well. And certainly I will be supporting this motion today in the circumstances that we are in. But certainly the next time there's a report coming through, I would hope that we start to see some type of income coming in from the areas. But I do agree that as Mr. Barrett has said, it's been pretty hard to get the wheels rolling, but they are rolling now, and I think that we've got to look a little bit more about encouraging clubs and groups. A number of clubs and groups in the town are hungry for places to meet, and some of them have been saying to me they can't afford to pay for a room and I did hear where they're for community groups to use. So I'd love to see that we encourage our hardworking volunteer clubs back into using what is the Gawler Civic Centre. So congratulations, Mr. Barrett, and I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Fraser.
Yes, I'd just like to make some comments on some of the things that have been said. First of all, the January meeting, I think it was discussed and also in the budgets that there's going to be a key made for security to use at night so that there won't be the need for security for community groups as long as they meet the regulations. As far as the donation box, I think there's going to be what they call a tap and go in the heritage area where people can use their credit card to make a donation. And the cafe, during the Fringe, I went to 2 out of 3 of the events and they were fantastic and there were absolutely heaps of people there. So the cafe is working with groups and doing things. And Councillor Tooley, if you tried to promote the town a little bit more instead of trying to pull it down all the time, maybe things might improve.
Any other comment at this, any for or against this motion? Councillor Tooley, you're raising a point of order.
I most certainly am, Mayor. I've just been vilified by Councillor Fraser. She's degraded me and said I tear this town down. A point of order that she be reprimanded for that, because nothing could be further from the truth. Everything I do is committed to this town. The very fact that I ask some challenging questions at times, and they're unpleasant maybe, but my motivation is always for the betterment of this town. How dare she say on record that this town down? A point of order, Mayor.
If I can rule on your point of order, I agree. I think that there was robust debate that might have been a bit disrespectful, Councillor Fraser, so I'll uphold that point of order and I'm sure Councillor Fraser will reflect on that. Thank you. Any other discussion on this particular matter? Can't see any hands up, so I will ask Councillor Hughes. Are you happy to close the debate?
Yeah, I'm happy to close the vote now.
Thank you. I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. All those against, please click no. Thank you, councillors. And it is carried. Thank you very much. So now we move on to Walker Place redevelopment project update. And there's a newsletter as an attachment. Thank you. I'll take the report and the attachment, which is the newsletter, as read. And we have also an option 1 or an option 2. I'm actually, yeah. So Councillor Fraser, are you wishing to move one of the options with the officer's recommendation? Is that why you...
I'd probably like to have a discussion on it first, if that's possible, with the elected members over that point. As you all know, you know, I really would like this Walker's Place to look spick and span, but I do feel that we're being held to ransom by this landlord or landlords, and I'm not sure that we should actually do up their premises. You know, it was offered it to them at a cheap price. They haven't taken it up. Maybe when Walker's Place is finished and they see how shabby their little bit is, they might do something about it, but it will cost them more money.
I'm sorry, Councillor Fraser, I can see a point of order from Councillor Tooley. What is your point of order, Councillor Tooley?
Mayor, I do not believe that you've suspended meeting procedures, and therefore you're either calling for a mover, a seconder, or someone to speak in favour. You've allowed Councillor Fraser to enter into a debate and a discussion, and that is not allowable unless you're suspending meeting procedures. She is speaking to or against the motion.
Speaking for the motion.
So if well, there's no motion yet, but Councillor Fraser, to be fair to Councillor Tooley, I would recommend that you move one of the options, and then you can continue speaking.
Okay. Well, well, option two, with option two.
So I think that was true to what you were saying. So if
yes, it is. Yeah.
Continue to speak and test the waters, and ask for a seconder. So you can continue to speak. You've still got a couple of minutes to go.
But that's okay. I've said what I wanted. I just think that council, I don't know that we should be paying for this, because as it says in the report, it will create a precedent. Other people will think, oh, if we don't do it, council will do it anyway. And I am very disappointed, of course, that it won't complete Walker's Place as we would like to see it. But at the same time, I don't know that we should be held to ransom like that.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for that? I've got two people. I've got Councillor Samble, Councillor Longa. Now, Councillor Samble, are you second? Yes.
Second the motion and agree with Councillor Fraser, that the project is going to be certainly very special for the centre of our town. A huge amount of money. I've certainly had many phone calls, as other councillors would have had, about the amount of money that's been spent there. And there's no way in the world that I would ever agree that we pay for the persons that own that place after all the money that we are doing to beautify the area. But I have a question, and I don't know who could answer, and that is, who is Walker? Why is it called Walker Place?
Well, I don't have the answer to that. Do we? Maybe we'll take that one on notice, Councillor Samble.
I was going to call it Fraser Place.
Well, there's ways of, I guess, of managing that. Now, so you're happy to second. You've spoken to the motion. Now we next have Councillor Vallelonga, Councillor Davies, and Councillor Hughes, and then Councillor Goldstone in that order. Councillor Vallelonga, you have the floor.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Just a couple of things. I'm voting against this motion, and I'm hearing from people it's a complete waste of money. The town is spending $2.3 million on a little bit of Gawler. It's not going to beautify it, I'm sorry. It might be beautiful for that little bit. And the other part that I want to ask is, what part is we being held to ransom for?
I'll have to take that on notice, that held to ransom question, if staff can take note of that. Thank you. Now, next is Councillor Davies. Where are you, Cody? There you are.
Yeah. So I just want to clarify, because I've heard some talk about, in terms of local businesses, that they've got fewer car parks because of this. Is this something that's what's the situation with that?
Mr. Delina, I think that's your area.
Yes, certainly is, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Yes, certainly. The council did debate the original designs going back, a number of years ago. There certainly is a reduction in car parking from the quantum that was there prior to the works, but that's all been known and consulted with the businesses for some time. I think the final number is 8 car parks from memory, and that is a reduction from what's currently enjoyed out there.
Thank you. I think that clarifies your question, Councillor Davies. Thank you. Now we have Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, just another question through to probably Mr. Delina is, so far the project has been running quite smoothly. So has there been quite a bit of cost savings so far?
Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, I think you are certainly right. The project has been running as smooth as we could have ever wished for with respect to this project. There's been some issues, but not to the extent that we'd anticipated below ground. So we have a healthy contingency. I think in terms of that's where the savings will come from, not in other aspects of the as it relates to this Walker Place component. So my expectation is that we will be in a very favourable position come the end of this stage of the project, with respect to the contingency that we can return to the council.
Thank you. Councillor Goldstone, you're next.
Yeah, I actually prefer option one only because it doesn't make sense to me not to get this finished as a total project. You're going to have a nice new area and you're going to have that bit on the side. It's never going to get done and it will never look finished. I accept the fact that it's privately owned land. We may have made a bit of savings on the works that we've already done now to go to it, but it will look like it's not finished in my mind if we don't get the work done now. If we come back and do it later, or if the owners of the land try and do it later, it'll be a lot more expensive, I would imagine. So I think for those reasons, I can understand what the previous councillors have said, but I will vote against it because I think option one is probably the way to go at this stage.
Thank you. Councillor Tooley, you're next.
Thank you. I'll be speaking against this motion. This motion is a lot more than just that item of the unfinished work. Regarding that, I just can't believe that we could have moved into a multi-million-dollar project, most of which is a grant, and then we're contributing millions to it as well. And you want me to believe that you did not, before you commenced, get a commitment from those landowners and building owners to contribute? You come to us now and ask us about this issue? This is bizarre. What sort of a planning department do we have that does not cross the T's and dots the I's before we commence? So here we are now, well into a project, and now we're being asked to decide what shall we do over around 25,000 because we've now found out that the owners of the private facilities don't want to contribute. Well, you know what? I don't know how, if we can't run this project, how do we run this town of Gawler with such a basic commitment to get organised at the very start? So that's the first thing I say. The second thing in this report, and I've said this before, is the unbelievable amount of money that we want to spend in relocating a mural. Jim Vallelonga has a couple of workmen that could do it for probably $10,000. Any private contractor could do it. The money we want to spend on relocating that mural. The next point is the complete loss of opportunity with those toilets. I think it was Councillor Goldstone who led the move at the last meeting to deny the opportunity to apply for a grant to get a really decent disabled facility. I think the argument went along the lines of, well, we'll lose too many able-bodied facilities. I didn't think I would hear that argument in the 20th century, let alone the 21st century. So we're not even going to give adequate facilities for the disabled people when we had a perfect opportunity to apply for a grant, but we said no. And then the final point, I'll come to my motion later on, is that we have still missed the opportunity to provide a decent facility. What we're doing is a box standard toilet block with a few stone facades that takes up 3 or 4 car parks in the middle of our beautiful Premier Boulevard, and that's it. There's no cafe, there's no community facility, there's nothing a group could book to say, you know what, we're going to have a function there and we'll use that facility. I'll talk more about that mind-boggling decision when we come to the motion later. So no way could I support this.
Thank you. Councillor Davies, you're next.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm also planning to vote against this for the purpose of endorsing option 1. I just think it's 25,000. Compared to inconvenience they've been put through and reduced car parks and struggle from coronavirus and everything. It's all like, I'm happy to just like get it done. And like Kelvin said, that let's just make sure the whole work is done at once and looks good, rather than having a sort of partial one release, and then people, might go, oh, well, why we spent this much on this project? Why is this bit and this bit and this bit looking shabby? Let's just make the area look good. I don't think it's that significant a cost in context.
Thank you. Next was Councillor Kosh.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Look, I'll be voting against this only because I actually want to endorse option 1. So I think it's better to get the whole job done in one go, because that way the levels are even across. There's no tripping points, etc. And aesthetically, you want everything just to blend in, you know, a seamless sort of footpath. Also, I just want to comment that I went to a few of the early briefings, and this whole issue was brought up right from the beginning in the planning stage. So it's not something that's been dumped on us right now. It's actually been in the pipeworks for a fair amount of time. It's just unfortunate that the situation we're in potentially is because of the COVID-19 that the owners there can't afford it at the moment. But I think it'd be a good gesture that we actually finish that off, you know, totally. So I would unfortunately be voting against it, but really to vote for option 1. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes.
Same as Councillor Kosh and Councillor Davies and Goldstone. It's not a very big area, Walker Place anyway, so not to actually do this small area will I think, look terrible. I agree that if it's done later, it will probably cost twice as much, and it certainly will clash. And as Councillor Kosh said, there could be tripping points and safety hazards, but I do think it should all be done the same and to the standard. And I think with the savings so far, council can sort of absorb it in the budget, which is really good work by the council staff.
Councillor Kosh, you've got the clock up. Is there a reason for that?
It's not a point of order. It's just a question, a process question. If we now vote and potentially this motion is lost, do we then not do anything?
Put up another motion, yeah. It just means this particular motion is lost, that you can put up another motion with option 1 if you wanted to.
Okay. Righto.
Yeah.
Okay, as long as we're not lost. Okay, that's fine. Righto. Okay.
Sorry, where was I up to? Okay. Did I cut you off, Councillor Hughes? I'm sorry if I did.
No, it's fine. I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. There's no other hands up. Councillor Fraser, do you want to just sum up that debate? I can. There we go, Di.
If this is lost, I'm quite happy to have option 1. That's why I wanted to debate it first, really, to see what everybody else thought. But I wouldn't like to see the whole officer's recommendation lost just because of 1 or 2. So I'm quite happy to put this motion and then for it to be brought back up.
Okay. Thank you. The motion, I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. All those against, please click no. All those in favour, there should be one more. Thank you. The motion is lost. Now I'm happy to accept a motion with, I think, option 1. Who have we got first? Councillor Goldstone, you got in first. Are you happy to move that way?
Yeah, happy to move the officer's recommendation as listed with option 1.
And then there was Councillor Hughes and Councillor Samble. So I'll take them in that order. Councillor Hughes, are you happy to second?
Yes, I am. Yep.
Do you wish to speak, Mover?
No, I think we've already had the discussion on it.
Yeah.
And Councillor Hughes, you happy?
Yes.
Councillor Samble?
Yeah, I'm just quite blown out of the water. I was 77 3 weeks ago, and I have just listened to, especially you, Councillor Ballalonger, you didn't even know where the spot was that we were talking about giving 25 grand to 2 people that have invested in the main street. One of the biggest problems with Gawler's Main Street is farmers and investors came in, bought the businesses and said, this is a cash cow. We are going to make money. What Mr. Delina has done, and with what council has done, is approved this project and it's going ahead. I would hope that every one of you councillors have actually seen this project and the pictures of it and everything, because we're talking about a little square where somebody sits and eats their pasties or has their coffee. The whole project of buildings both sides. On the left-hand side, it's a tin shed. Unless everybody does their businesses up, these investors that own that land, this project in the middle is going to look like fantastic. Look, oh, wow, look at that. But look at those crappy buildings on the side. To me, I'm just quite surprised hearing this, and we're going to spend $25,000 that could be put, as Councillor Tooley said, and make sure that we've got a disabled toilet. The public is watching what sort of toilets we're going to build at Apex Park. And without a doubt, I know you mentioned, Councillor Tooley, that Councillor Goldstone stopped it or whatever it may be. I didn't really understand that. But let's spend that $25,000 on making a really good toilet block so that that boulevard, as Councillor Tooley said, has got a toilet that we be proud of. I mean, with a bit of luck, the mural will fall to bits before it gets there. So we won't have to spend that money on that. But I am stunned at hearing elected members tonight, how many have actually been down and seen the spot that we were going to give $25,000 to people that own the place that have spent no money on it for the last 5 years. I rest my case.
Thank you, Councillor Samble. There's no other hands up. Councillor Goldstone, are you happy for me to close the debate?
Yes, I am. I just wanted to make one point, and that is that there is a disabled toilet in this new building, and it's shown on the plans. So, yeah, I just wanted to clarify that point.
Thank you. Debate's closed. I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. All those against the motion, please click no. It is carried on the casting vote of the Mayor. Thank you. You got that, Kate? Councillor Tooley, you've got the clock up. You want a division, Councillor Tooley?
I do want a division, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And you keep moving around. He keeps moving around. Okay, Councillor Tooley has called a division. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. And I will call your names out. That is Councillor Davies, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Fraser, Councillor Goldstone and Councillor Koch. All those against, please click no. And I'll call your names out. That is Councillor Vallelonga, Councillor Little, Councillor Samble, Councillor Shanks and Councillor Tooley. The motion is carried on the casting vote of the Mayor. Thank you. That concludes that particular matter. Thank you. So now we're moving to Greater Adelaide Region Organisation of Council's business plan. I will declare a perceived conflict. I am the chair of this group, but it does relate to policy documents. So I'm feeling quite comfortable that I can stay in the meeting and chair, if that can be documented, Kate. A perceived conflict, thank you. Thank you. So councillors, we have these documents that are out for public consultation until May. There is, we had a really good webinar for Metro Councils and CEOs on Monday, providing some feedback on these documents. It is, I think, useful for councils to provide feedback. It does help plan and direct what this group does. How do you wish to proceed, Council? Or shall we just move on? Okay. So I'm hearing that you don't want to do anything about this. Okay. Councillor Davies.
Yeah, look, it's just a noting report. I'm happy to note it.
Yep. And Councillor Kosh, are you happy to second?
Yeah, I'm happy to second it. Yeah, yeah, it's a noting report, and I think they're moving on with some good things.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councillor Tooley, you have your hand up.
Yes, Mayor, I'll be speaking against this, and I do note that you lingered and deliberated until you got a seconder. I just wish you could have done that on the night when I asked for compassionate leave, but of course...
If you can focus on the issue at hand, thank you.
I'm going to do that now, Mayor, but I wanted to make that point. I've made this very clear to this council before that I am totally opposed to the LGA, but to also the massive waste with this duplication. We'll often say on this council that we as a council don't like bureaucracy and red tape. We're opposed to it. And yet this new structure of GAROC and SAROC and the executive and then another small elite group, the duplication is immense. Every time these groups meet, there is travel, sometimes, most often accommodation involved for these committees. To develop this plan, the amount of time the LGA staff had to spend doing this, the committee doesn't do it. It's done by the officers in the LGA who spend hours doing it. And they would have us believe that the difference between the country, which is the SAROC, and the GAROC, and the LGA is so vast that they need these three distinct groups. Well, I know you, Councillor Samble, are quite an astute businessman. And I know that Mr. Vallelonga is quite an astute businessman. And I know that many of you in private business run very lean organizations. Well, this is your best example of an unlean organization that has massive amounts of the 35-odd thousand that we give them each year that goes on administration and a whole range of associated issues, travel, accommodate. They don't just stay in a travel lodge. We're talking about people when they stay, the mayor included. Sometimes it's $300, $400 a night they charge for these things. Oh, I'm in the city. I've stayed a bit late tonight. I think I'll stay in a hotel. Bang, there goes the money. And the difference in this plan between the SAROC plan and what the LGA could do, the degree of commonality is immense. All we need, if we have to have an LGA, is one central lean body that develops this on the behalf of us. We have massively paid Matt Pinniger and his team. They could do the one plan that fits almost all, and then a few bits of variation where there are some specialty differences. But oh no, we have this lovely fat cat system, and we justify it by saying, you know what, Councillor Tooley, the differences between the country councils and the metro is so vast. We must have all this different levels of bureaucracy. Well, I say rubbish to that.
So just a clarifying point, GAROC members aren't paid as a member. I catch public transport to these meetings and come home on the train. If it's a late meeting, I drive my car. I don't stay for these meetings, and neither do I.
You had a 300% increase in your allowance.
So please don't interrupt me. Thank you. So just to clarify that some of your statements were incorrect, but I'm sure you'll find that out in due course. Any other discussion on this matter? If not, Councillor Davies, are you happy for me to put the motion? Yep, thank you. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please click yes. All those against, please click no. It is carried. Thank you. Now we'll keep moving. So that, let's go to content. That completes the officers' reports. And, oh, where have I gone? Oh no, I've lost it. I've lost it again. All right, let's go back here. Apologies. recommendations from committees. So I'm now on page 80 of 95. I'm attempting to not use paper. So I'm just taking a bit longer, so apologies, but it is generally working. So recommendations from committees 12.1 from the Gawler Heritage Collection Committee meeting held on the 9th of April. We have a noted motion about the potential acquisition of historical newspapers and Dr. Dawes' collection, which is historical Bunyip newspapers. They're quite exquisite, and the Dr. Dawes collection is quite a find that came through the Gawler history team, I think. Absolutely magnificent photographs from the Dr. Dawes collection, and a testament to the Heritage Centre staff for making that happen. Thank you, David Barrett and your team. So this is a noting motion. Happy to move and second. So we have Councillor Fraser and Councillor Koch in that order. Are you happy to move and second?
Yes.
And Councillor Little, you have your hand up too. I'll ask the mover and seconder to speak if they wish.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Councillor Koch?
Yes, I'm happy to second it. It was interesting discussion at the committee meeting, and the actual volume that it would take up fits sort of very neatly into the existing space we've got. So I think it's a good acquisition if it happens.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Little, over to you.
Oh, I've just got the second motion, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? I don't have any other hands. So if you're happy, Councillor Fraser, I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please click yes. All those against, please click no. There's one person who hasn't voted. Who's that? Councillor Samble. Brian, are you all right? Yep, thank you. Thank you, all good. That is carried, thank you. And we'll move on to the next recommendation from the committee. Which is also about accessioning those items into the collection, which is a separate matter. Now we have Councillor Fraser and Councillor Koch again in that order. Are you happy to move in second?
Yes.
Fraser and Councillor Koch?
Yep, happy to second that.
Do you wish to speak, mover and seconder?
No.
Paul, do you wish to?
No, that's fine.
Okay, any other discussion? If not, are you happy, Councillor Fraser? I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please click yes, and all those against, please click no. It is carried unanimously, thank you. And then we have 12.1.2. I will declare a perceived conflict because these are about the mayoral portraits. They have been restored, and there was discussion around where to put them. As mayor, I'll declare a perceived conflict, but I'll stay in the room. Thanks, Kate, if you can just note that in the minutes somewhere. So we have a Councillor Samble. Are you happy to move that motion?
Well, I'd rather ask a question. Will you allow me to ask a question?
Well, I'll ask for a mover and seconder, and then I'll come back to you, and you can ask your question. Okay. Councillor Fraser, are you happy to move?
I am, but I have a question as well. Sorry.
So, Councillor Koch, are you happy to second?
Yes, I'm happy and to speak.
I'll go to the mover, then I'll come back to you, and then I'll go to Councillor Samble, and then Councillor Little.
So who's me? Okay.
Oh, you've got the floor.
Okay. These are really quite exciting, but can I ask the question about when are they going to be hung?
Mr. Barrett?
So through the chair, we're obviously waiting for council to make this resolution, and then we'll engage our contractor to hang. So hopefully within the next 4 to 6 weeks, based on the current pandemic. It's problematic to get contractors in, but we will work through it. So it'll be pre the end of the financial year, definitely, but hopefully in the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Thank you.
Councillor Koch?
Yes, look, I hope everyone's had a chance to see the mural portraits. They're absolutely fantastic, and the way they're all standardised now. It's fantastic. I just want to comment on the Ghana shield. They're actually quite rare because they're quite ephemeral, because they're actually just the sapwood of trees. So to be able to put it into a proper framing and protect it is a wonderful thing, and it should last for a long time. So I'm really looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Samble, you were next.
It's just a question. I'm standing on my high horse again. This Jodie Pimmick, is she a Gawler business person? Because we have framers in Gawler, Mr. Barrett. I mean, you know, was it offered to the business that pays a lot of rates on Adelaide Road that does very professional framing?
Thank you, Mr. Barrett.
So through the chair, the business that Councillor Sample's referring to is, yes, a framing business, but they're not a guild certified framer. We have to use a guild certified framer for preservation of our heritage items. So that's why Jodie Prinky Fine Art Framing was engaged for this work.
Thank you. I think that addresses that question. Now, Councillor Little, I think you were next, and then Councillor Tooley.
No, Councillor Fraser asked a question I was going to ask, so that's fine.
No problem. Councillor Tooley?
Yes, Mayor, I'm a little unsure. Are these the portraits or the large frame pictures that we've seen? They were hung on the wall as you entered the chamber. They seem to be ones of the mayor gathered with the newly elected members. Is it those that we're talking about?
No, we're talking about the heritage portraits that were in the old chamber that go back to the beginning of council.
So are they the ones that we used to look at in the old chamber and there was like circular cutouts and
yeah,
every mayor had a beard until,
yes,
well, until recently.
Not everyone. I'm not sure if Brian had a beard. Have you always had a beard, Brian? Anyway.
Yeah, I don't think Tony Piccolo had a beard actually either, although he's had one at times. So we're talking about those large gilt frames that existed and what now Brian and you have been popped into a circle, have you? Is that
Brian
what it is?
was always in there. Brian was always in there.
So you've been popped in there now?
Yes, and they've...
So we're not talking about one of those mural portraits like a previous mayor of Adelaide had a large full-length. She was a doctor and a minister for education at one point. She had a lovely oil painting done.
No.
We're not talking about that, are we?
What I might do, because, and I think it's probably a good idea at another time for the elected members to actually see these. It's really hard when we're in COVID-19 to actually see these. So they are quite spectacular now. They were in very poor state of repair. They had bugs or they'd been eaten out behind. There needed to be major rework done. And there was also some major rework done of the photographs so they're consistent as well. So they've come up an absolute treat. It is worth looking at when we get an opportunity. Yeah, but they're I think you're understanding which ones they are, Councillor Tooley. But thanks for that question. Any other discussion? There be none. Councillor Fraser. Close the debate.
Yes, thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. All those against, please click no. All those, yes, it is carried. Thank you. So, right. So now we move on to the recommendations from the, are we up to that already, are we? Hang on a minute, let me go up here. So we now move on to the we have the recommendation from the CEO Performance Management Panel held on the 7th of the public recommendations. So we have here that the appointment of the Deputy Chair be deferred while electric voting methods are worked through. So I've just got a question for David Barrett. Where are we up to with that, David?
So through the chair, that was part of the council proceedings that were adopted earlier tonight, update to that, and the polling function is able to use for anonymous voting. So we'll be able to do that in the event we need to do another vote of that nature.
Okay, so elected members, you've got a choice here. You can continue and you can note or you can endorse the recommendation from the CEO Performance Management Panel, or we can do that voting tonight if you so wish. Oh, hang on. So we're just, yep, I'm trying to unmute you, Henry. You just need to click. There you go. There you go.
I'm just wanting to declare an interest, and I'll be leaving the meeting at this point.
Okay, no problem. We'll note in the minutes. Thanks, Kate. And David, if you, thank you, David, for that. Henry's left the meeting for the moment. So, Councillor Samble.
That because of extension, is an extension of time needed?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll accept that motion.
Go move to 11 o'clock.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Cody Davies, you have a second?
Yeah.
All those in favour? Please click yes and no if you don't wish to click the cross. It is carried, thank you. So you do have a choice here, councillors. We can continue that, and then when we have our next performance management panel, we can do the voting then. So I'm happy to that we note the recommendation there. Are you happy to move that way, Councillor Davies?
Yeah. So just to clarify, this is none of this is approving anything. This is all just noting that the report happened. Is that right?
It's endorsing the recommendation.
I mean, it says here that the council notes the recommendations. Are we endorsing them, or have they already gone through?
We're endorsing them. You happy to move that way? Yep. Okay. Do I have a seconder? Who's next? Councillor Hughes. You happy to second?
Yeah, happy to second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? There be none. Councillor Davies, you happy? I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. All those against, please click no. It is carried. Thank you. Now we're moving to external body reports. I don't have any questions on notice. There are 2 questions here, and
did we want to just notify Henry?
Oh yeah, David, if you can bring Henry back in, please. There he is. He's magically reappeared. And questions on notice. And I think, Kate, you're providing those answers. Kate? I can't hear you, Kate.
Sorry, it's just unmuting. So yes, the answers will be there included in the minutes, and they can also be uploaded to the council members hub in lieu of them being presented as we normally would in hard copy. So the question we have is from Councillor Tooley for a leave of absence. Councillor staff have reviewed the previous 2 council terms and the past minute indices. We've been unable to find a motion where a leave of absence request has not been supported by the members. However, the review is not exhaustive, as we're unable to review council records dating back before our records management system without going through an extremely laborious and costly task of reviewing every individual minute document. And to do that, we would also need to recall a number of them from archives to be able to review those hard copies going back any further. Of course, an information is lost, it is not given a minute indices number, so therefore it is a little harder to track. So from our recollection, we can't find one, but that is not an exhaustive answer. CEO Performance Management Panel. So all records relating to the personal affairs of the CEO, including the current process pertaining to his performance review and process of the engagement of the appropriate firm, is now engaged, remains in confident pursuant to section 93A of the Local Government Act, and access to these documents for council members to view via the council's governance team was organised as a request. But however, to date, no members have undertaken the opportunity to view these documents.
Thank you. I've unmuted you, Councillor Tully. So the answers have been provided and they will be included in the minutes as part of your questions on those.
Mayor, if I might just make a point here, that we've now entered a very dangerous phase. People would know because I sent them copies with the intent that they would be answered and the full context of my question would be included, and that they would also go on the public record. We now have, based on the opinion of one lawyer, Michael Kelledy.
I'm going to, because then I'm not going to be part of that. I'm going to refer to the CEO in answering that. Thank you, CEO. If you can unmute your microphone, please.
Yes, well, as per the extensive circulation of information, including the legal advice, yes, we have presented a new and informed approach relative to questions on notice. This extends back to questions on notice that were received back at the February council meeting that were deemed to be improper but included in the agenda. I sought separate legal opinion in terms of the appropriateness or otherwise relative to the intent of such questions, and I think it's fair and reasonable based on the legal advice that they not be included as per the information that's been circulated.
Okay, thank you, CEO.
May I respond, please, Mayor?
No, we won't have any response. We're going to move on, and we're going to move on to questions without notice now.
Then, Mayor, I have a request to make, that I be granted leave to make a brief personal explanation, Mayor.
Leave of the meeting, you're entitled
Yes.
to that. I'll seek leave of the meeting for a personal explanation. The nature of the personal explanation is in regard to questions on notice?
Correct.
So elected members can either click a ticker across, sorry. No, you do not have leave to speak based on my, it's not majority, it's not 2/3, it's only 50%.
It only has to be 51%, Mayor.
No, it has to be 2/3, I believe.
No, it doesn't. You go to Kate. Go and ask Kate. It's 51%.
I'm going to check with Kate Symes.
Leave of the meeting is 51%, Mayor.
No, not for leave of the meeting to speak. It's 2/3, I believe. I'll just double check. So I have Kate Symes. If you can unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
I will just read the extract from the meeting procedures.
Yeah, leave of the meeting 2/3, I think, isn't it?
So,
have I got?
Sorry, yes, a member may, with leave of the meeting, make a personal explanation. It is majority of just.
Leave of the meeting is granted. Show of hands.
All right.
Leave what may be conducted by show of hands. And you don't call a division, it just says a show of hands. Okay, all right. Okay, so it said 5-5. If we can do that again, Just for your benefit, Councillor Tooley, we'll do that again, just so we're clear. It's 5-5, and on my vote, you don't get leave. Thank you. So we're moving on to questions without notice. Are there any questions without notice? So being Councillor Tooley, you've got your clock up.
Yeah, Mayor, could you please give me an apology? I know the regulations. It is 2/3 when you suspend a meeting procedure. It is 51% majority. That's all. And you insisted I was wrong. Could you please? I was right, please, Mayor.
With Kate Symes, I didn't. I clarified, and then we did another vote with a show of hands, and it was not a majority.
A simple "you were right," Councillor Tooley, would be lovely sometimes, you know.
You were right, Councillor Tooley.
Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Tooley, you've got your clock up again. Is there a reason for that? And Councillor Samble, you've got your hand up. You've still got your clock up. Is there a reason for that, Councillor Tooley?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, if we were allowed to unmute our mics, it'd be wonderful. Yes, it is. Is all that we're doing then in relation to the questions on notice? That's it?
Yes, we're moving to questions without notice now.
All right, then I have questions without notice as well.
Okay, and Councillor Samble, have you got questions without notice? Will you go? I'll go to you next.
Thank you, Mayor Karen.
I'll go to Councillor Tooley first because he asked first.
Yeah, okay, yeah, bloody
and then I'll come to you, Brian.
I certainly don't mind if Brian goes first. Happy if he goes first.
Okay. All right.
My question is, Mayor, and that is about the actual naming of Walker Place. Who is Walker? Could it be looked into by staff? And because of the huge amount of money that's been spent on this magnificent project, it may well be that council could consider it being called some other, maybe, you know, I mean, who was Walker? Was he the stagecoach driver of Ned Kelly when he came through Gawler and robbed the bank? I mean, we don't know who he is. So I wonder if it could be looked into as regards to that, and maybe we follow on that a bit further down the line.
Thank you. We'll take that on notice. I'm sure David and the Cultural Heritage team will find the answer to that. Thank you, David Barrett. If you could take that on notice, thank you. Now, back to Councillor Tooley.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 3 questions on notice. First question, sometime before the March 20 meeting, you sent me an email and reminded me.
Okay. Are these the questions that weren't allowed? Of
No. These are nothing to do with that. This is you're here. This is a genuine question. I have to give you the context to explain it. You sent me an email reminding me that I'd missed 2 council meetings. Reminded me with the section 54 that if I was to miss the 3rd one without leave, that I would run the risk of being removed from office. You remember sending me that email?
That's in the report that's in tonight's agenda. And I think
so here's my question.
My answer is if you refer to tonight's agenda report, that will give you the answer to that.
The question is, given that Councillor Shanks missed both the February and the March meeting and is at risk of being removed from office, why was he not sent the same reminder that I was sent as a courtesy to tell him that if he missed the April meeting, he could be removed? Why was I singled out for that, but you did not follow the same protocol for Councillor Shanks? And it was identical. He only gave an apology for February, an apology for March. Therefore, your attention should have been to give him a warning, but you did not give him a warning. Why am I singled out for special treatment and threats that I could be removed?
I'm happy to take that on notice. Thank you, Councillor Tooley.
Second question, Mayor. And I look forward to that answer. My second question, the Brown Parks SA RV welcome signs that have been put up around Gawler. My question is, what message do they actually give? If it is to take your RV into a caravan park, that's always been the case. How are these signs in any way helping any RV owner or even promoting Gawler as an RV destination?
I'll take that on notice. Thank you. And an answer will be provided to you.
Okay. Thank you. And my third question, it's been stated that I missed 4 council meetings, and this has been put out on social media by Councillor Little and his wife. Which 4 ordinary council meetings have I missed? Because this has been going around the community, which is a darn lie, because the only ones I missed at that time were January and February, and yet Councillor Little has written to me and put on social media that I missed 4 council meetings.
Question, because I'm not sure that that's a proper, I'm suspecting it's an improper question, but I will take that on notice and consider.
It's very damaging to me. It's very hurtful to me. It's disrespectful, and it undermines my credibility. It's a lie. It's not.
Do you have any further questions?
No, they're my 3 questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions without notice? There be none. Motions on notice. Councillor Tooley, you have a series of motions on notice. You wish to present your first motion. Thank you.
The hard copy, am I on?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. This relates to the hard copy of confidential materials. We know the history of this because CEO and Nat presented the proposition to council that because there had been a leak of an alleged leak of a confidential document, a 20-page document, that it was alleged that it must have come from one of the elected members. And a way to prevent leaks, it was proposed that we would no longer get our hard copies of confidential materials. Now, I pointed out at the time, and I'll point them out again, that is a totally flawed proposition. We don't know whether the actual document was leaked, it's alleged. We don't know if we can trust journalists and what they've said, but it's also an absolute fact that it doesn't stop any leaks. And I think Councillor Shanks has made commentary on this as well. Anybody who wants to leak a document can find a way to do it. But if you go back to that document, there were so many people who had access to that hard copy. They included typists, people who did photocopying, people who did couriering, all of the executive members, all of the staff, the elected members that wanted them, the minute taker. There were umpteen numbers of that hard copy around, and it could have gone from any source at all. People could have shown the online through the hub, sat next to someone and showed it. So this motion does nothing. And as we've seen tonight, it's very difficult to access documents when you're still trying to deal with a Zoom platform and you're trying to find a document, refer to a page. And at a meeting just recently, one set of documents was 1,200 pages long. Now, I did think about making a point by asking you all to refer to umpteen pages in that document just to make the point, but I didn't, because you would not have been able to find them. You could not find them. And the ones we've got now are so heavily watermarked with my name all over it. Brian Samuels would have his own name over it. They're extremely hard to read. And the final point I'd make, and I've circulated to the CEO and to Mayor and to governance, I have a doctor's letter that explains why I had significant headaches and neck injury as a result, it turned out, from reading hundreds of pages in small print online. My doctor hypothesized that it was that. It was only when I stopped getting hard copies, when I stopped getting online, because I tried it for 4 years. It was only when I went to hard copy and when I then took leave and went overseas and completely stopped reading those documents online that my situation improved. And I spent hundreds of dollars on acupuncture, you might have seen me in meetings, I was in pain with my neck and a stretch right at the back of my head and headaches. And so I went back to the doctor again at the end, and his proposition is, submission is, and he's put this in a letter, that for me to read a plethora of documents online in small print, and I'm a guy that reads them. I don't know about the rest of you, but when you send me out 1,200 documents online, I read them. I try to read them. In addition to that, it's extremely difficult to annotate them. and then to refer to that during a meeting. Whereas all of you will attest that have used hard copies, having a hard copy to be able to flick over to it, look at the notes you've made, and access it during a meeting is so simple. And the amount of money is minuscule in compared to what we waste on things in this council. So this motion has severely inconvenienced many of us. And to me, I will not go back into reading those documents. I will not put myself back into that physical strain again and have to spend all that money. And again, if you want me to hold the doctor's letter up on screen, I will do it, because you, Mayor, won't let me even submit those letters for people to read them. And yet I went and paid $70 to go to each doctor's meeting in order to get those documents to convince my colleagues of these issues. You won't even let me show them. That's how despicable this is. And so they're the reasons, Mayor, why my motion is before us tonight. And here's another thing. Every officer in this council is allowed to put gallons of pages as background briefing to a motion, but we as elected members are not allowed to have printed in the agenda the background statements that we make. We have to rely on emails to get the message out there. How is that possibly justifiable? We own this council, we're elected. It's our issues to put these motions out. And if we choose to put background documents in, they should be printed, as should motions and questions on notice.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Shanks, are you happy to second?
I was actually wondering if I can offer up an amendment.
Oh, I can't do that until I have a seconder. You could ask for an alteration, you could ask for a variation to the mover, but I haven't got a seconder yet. I'd like to get a seconder. Otherwise, yeah, it's not going to go anywhere. Councillor Vallelonga, are you happy to second?
Yeah, second it.
Yep, so I have a seconder. Councillor Shanks, do you, the mover and seconder might be happy to accept your variation without an amendment.
Okay, so the motion in itself, I like what it would bring as an outcome, as in getting these documents in hard copy again, as we did when we first started. I'm a councillor that actually flipped on using hard copy, digital to hard.
I'm sorry, you're putting forward a variation. You're not speaking to the motion.
Sorry, okay, no worries. So the motion reads with 4 points. I would like to remove 1 and 2, keep 3, and change 4 to rescinds previous motion and the issuing of hard copies of confidential documents for those that require them is immediately reinstated.
So I'll put that to the mover and seconder.
Am I able to say why?
I'll put it to the mover and seconder. It's really not a case of putting an argument, but I'll ask the mover. I've unmuted the mover and seconder. Mover?
Can I just be clear on what Councillor Shanks is saying? If I've understood him, it sounds like he would support the motion if point 1 and 2 was removed.
Yeah.
He seems happy with point 3 remaining.
Yeah.
Point 4, I wasn't quite sure of what his difference was on point 4.
So I think, if I can, Nathan, it was about that the motion is now that Council acknowledges original documents is now rescinded. So it removes the first few words. Is that correct, Councillor Shanks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I would love to keep it all in there, but I've learnt enough about this council that if I just dig in and say they're there, I will lose people. So I am happy to accept Councillor Shanks' suggestion.
Am I able to speak to my suggestion?
I would like you to. I would like you to.
Well, one moment. I'll just seconder. Are you happy?
I'm always happy.
Okay. So the variation is accepted by the mover and the seconder. Now, yes, Councillor Shanks, you can speak to it.
Okay, so the overall motion, like I was trying to say before, the outcome is what is most important to me on this. Although I can agree with where Councillor Tooley's coming from, and I have seen some of the running commentary through the emails on how some offence is being laid. I do feel that is a personal issue, and I do sympathise with what Councillor Tooley is saying. What I'm trying to avoid is, on a personal level, try to get it back to logic, because there are councillors that would like seeing all these in hard copy, especially now we're through Zoom. I'm one of them. So I really wanted that outcome, and I know that some of the language that has been used may scare some councillors off, and the overall outcome was more important to me on this one. So
thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Vallelonga, you wish to speak? You haven't spoken yet.
Yes, I agree with Councillor Shanks. I'm one of those that I can't read the computer, no matter how many times I get taught. So and maybe on special occasions that we do get that, and that's obviously noted who gets them, and it's all scaled down. And I think it's a good idea.
Thank you. Councillor Koch.
Look, I'll be not supporting this motion. I think it was a sensible motion in the first place, because I think there was a leak. I mean, you know, when you look at the reports, there's a leak somewhere, and if those documents have that watermark on it, it stops that leaking. I get everything electronically. I read everything. I don't find any issues at all with that. I can navigate through. It's no dramas. And the only issue is that a lot of people spend a lot of time on their phones, for example. So maybe that's an issue of people need to consider, more than actually looking at a screen of a laptop of screen, but maybe the fact it's they're looking very intently into their phones. That might be the real issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mover, you have already spoken. You've got your hand up, and so has Councillor Vallelonga. You've both spoken. Do you wish to ask a question?
Are you speaking to me, Mayor? Oh, no, I'm just indicating that when you're ready, I'm ready to close the debate as the person who moved the motion. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Vallelonga, you had your hand up?
No, I'm okay then. Okay.
You're okay? Okay. Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, I won't be voting for this. It's previously been passed by council that we do stop providing the hard copies of the confidential documents, and yeah, the leaks have stopped, which has been good. We also do save a lot of paper and couriers and things like that. But yeah, I'm actually in favour of all our documents being electronic to try and save. But also think that our days of the Zoom meeting may soon be over. We move back to 4 square metres and the council chamber probably next month. So I don't think it's going to be a big impulse. A lot of people have got second screens to read. I notice we do get a lot of emails and things like that. So I don't think there's an issue with emails or anything like that. So yeah, I just think that we do have to be mindful, especially of confidential documents, and they can give unfair or be discriminatory or cause quite big expenses and legal issues and things like that as well. So I think the more we can protect council and protecting confidential documents, the better.
Thank you. Councillor Davies.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify one of the things about the electronic documents that, seem to be effective is putting the words in the background. Is that not something that we can just do for the hard copies? Is that too difficult? Can that only be done in the electronic version, just to clarify.
To put names on the hard copy confidential documents. They used to have people's names on them. And there was a leak when people's names were on them for the rural issue a few years ago. So that didn't actually work. It still got leaked. I don't know who leaked it. Could have been anybody. Okay. So it is possible to put that on there, Councillor Davies. Any other discussion? I don't see any other hands up. Councillor Tooley, you can close the debate.
Thank you, Mayor. In closing and rebuttal, I'll just make a couple of points. It is very easy to watermark hard copies. We know this full well that they bury a certain word within the text. You can put a very obvious watermark on them, as we see on the electronic version, but you can also bury that in the text. So that if anyone ever got the hold of a leaked document, they would be able to see who it came from. So that's not hard. Can I just point out too to everybody that this is my last resort? Don't think that I've just sat here waiting to do this. In a whole load of public and private emails, I have pleaded my case with the CEO on physical disability grounds. Now, Councillor Koch and Councillor Hughes, I know that you guys, you don't believe in discrimination. You would not for 1 minute say that if only one member of the elected member needed a lift, that you would disrespect that and say, well, that's just one person. We can meet where a lift isn't bothered or where there's not a ramp. You wouldn't do that. I am a person with a doctor's certificate that says, and it's not about reading on my phone, it's about spending hours on small screens, such as this laptop, reading hundreds and hundreds, sometimes thousands of documents that gives me eye strain, headaches, and it locked my neck up. My doctor will say it's proven. So you can't make a decision that discriminates against a colleague. And that's what that decision did. And I reiterate again, I tried everything. This is my last resort. I haven't just waited till tonight. I have pleaded my case with governance. I've pleaded my case with the CEO. I've got nowhere. I've got no compassion at all, which has led me to here. And in terms of the leak, you still, I hear you, Councillor Koch, assuming that it was one of us that leaked it. I would argue that if there was a leak, it was a staff member. So many staff had access to that document, both electronically and hard. And given the antagonism that is in that council, the void between the leadership and staff, when they can't get their EB and they heard their CE was doing that, it only would have taken one staff member to say, have a look at this document. So we're talking likelihoods here. Absolutely no evidence it came from one of us. And if you want me to say publicly here, I did not leak it, even though there are rumors spread around in the community that I did, and they've come back to me and I know who they came from, and I know which elected members are named as circulating them, I'll say on the public record here, I did not leak that document. And I don't believe any of you did. So where did it come from if it was leaked? Well, it could have come from any number of staff. They had access to hard copies as well as electronic. So for all of those reasons, I hope that's clarified those points. I hope now that we've modified this, and I'm happy to go along with Councillor Shank's suggestion to make the motion more palatable. I do agree with him. The end point is to get the result, and these two dot points now, if we support them, we get the result. And I would hope that you would vote for this in a clear majority. Thank you.
The debate's closed. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please click yes. All those against, please click no. The motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members. Thank you very much.
So next is National Climate Emergency Summit Declaration. Councillor Toole, I think that's yours.
I am aware of the time there. I'll be very brief. I did circulate with this the actual background paper, which again, we're not allowed to print, but it gave you what the actual details of the declaration were. I went to this summit International Summit in Melbourne in February. A member, young Jack, came from the working group. Unfortunately, because he's not elected member, there's a lot he couldn't access, but I could, and I'm now an ongoing member of a lot of national bodies because of that. And we're doing some great work across the nation in this area. But the declaration was made at the highest level, and it's a very powerful statement. And because we're in this space, I hope that we will vote to sign it.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Davies, I think you had your hand up first. Are you happy to?
Yeah, just happy to second it.
Any discussion? If not, Councillor Toole, are you happy for me to put this motion? Yep. Oh, sorry. Councillor
Kosh. Look, I'll be voting against this. I've read the document and listened to a lot of podcasts from that from that forum, and it's very, very worthy. It's worthy, and there's a lot of wonderful statements in there. Unfortunately, given what's happened tonight and the motion that we passed, and you know the behaviour that we see in this council, I don't think we can hold ourselves up to a lot of those values that are in that statement. And I find it amazing that we'd even look at it, considering the behaviour that we see in this council. It is, it defies all logic, really. You know, for example, being non-partisan, building democracies. I mean, really. So it is a travesty to think that we would do this, considering the behaviour that we see in this council, because people will hold us to account. If we sign this, they will hold us to account, and they'll say, wait a minute, you know, within your council, you're not living up to the values that are in this declaration. So I won't be voting for it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? If not, Councillor Tooley, you can close the debate.
Yes, I really don't know what Councillor Kosh is talking about, but I do agree with him on this point, that what I've seen tonight and in recent meetings, and he's been part of it, is absolutely disgusting. To not grant a fellow colleague leave of absence on compassionate grounds. You are dead right, Councillor Kosh. People are watching and they will never forget that. I never will. The fact that we've never reached out to one of our own who is self-isolating, not one of you. I do agree with you, Councillor Kosh. It is disgusting behaviour. The fact that not one of you, when I spent 14 hours at my wife's bedside while she was dying, and I showed you those photographs, and I even had Councillor Little saying, oh, don't show us the photographs, it's so offensive. I needed to show you those photographs to shock you. Not one of you reached out to me. Mayor Redmond knew from day one. I met her husband at the entrance to ICU, and she never, ever did anything to reach out to me in those 14 days. I agree with you, Councillor Kosh. There's some disgusting behaviour on this council. Disgusting. And you're right. But that declaration, that is not what that's about. And by signing that declaration, we can do that, and we can go to a higher ground than the disgusting behaviour of this council. I think it was Michelle Obama says, when they go low, we go high. And that's what I say here. Even though you, Councillor Kosh, and a number of others have done extremely low acts, we can go high and we can endorse this statement.
You've got a point of order?
Yeah, point of order. Councillor Tooley's putting words in my mouth. The reason the statement I made was about his behaviour, not about our behaviour. It was about his behaviour. And I really wonder whether the people that he meets with...
Gosh, what is your point of order?
The point of order that he's being disrespectful for me and putting words in my mouth. Also that I really wonder... Anyway,
you must be joking, you hypocrite.
Rule on the point of order. Councillor Tooley, you were being disrespectful. I'm going to uphold that point of order. I think you should close the debate, Councillor Tooley, so we can put the motion. Otherwise, it won't get because we'll run out of time.
I'm more than happy to close the debate after listening to that hypocrite.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. All those against, please click no. The motion's carried. Thank you. Now, I think we've got time for one more. It's 10:56. We may not get through this, but it's up to you, Councillor Tooley. Do you wish to present this motion?
Yes, if we get time, for sure. It's pretty simple. Mayor, I've mentioned this before, and that's the spirit of this, that we have the opportunity to do something that's really nice for Gawler. If you look at even something like Kersbrook Park, there is a large room that people can rent, and when they go there, they can put on their urn, they can prepare their food, and they can have family gatherings. It's very, very popular, hugely popular down there. And that type of function place or that facility, if we were to add a room of that nature to this toilet block, or the potential of the framework for what could become a cafe on our premium boulevard, we'd be adding an asset in that area. There's been many thoughts of how that could look. I've seen designs that sit on poles, that sit out over the embankment. We could do it without taking away any car parks. What I'm suggesting is that we've got an opportunity to add to what's been done and create a much better facility for our community if we support this motion and just do a little bit more work. And I think it would be incredible for the facility, and a little bit of money spent on it would give a beautiful asset that would complement our town, right in the centre of town, in our premium boulevard and a premium park. And to just put a toilet block and not seize this opportunity is just not enough.
Is there a seconder? That's a little bit longer. Are you happy to second?
Yep.
I'm going to ask Mr. Delino, will this stop the Walker Place development?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Redman. I suppose in terms of this motion, is this, I just need to get some clarity, is this referring to the location that's been endorsed by council being revisited with respect to the design being modified to allow for a cafe?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
If I could just say, Sam, yes, it's not to put any stop on Walker Place. It's purely around that proposed toilet block that's down, taking up proposed for 3 or 4 parking blocks down on Julius Terrace. It's about adding value to that design.
Yes, certainly. Certainly we haven't turned our attention to that particular matter. There are some very spatial limitations. Certainly the toilet block can be extended into the parking bays, but I know that we are looking at the impact on the Moreton Bay figs, and there's some limitations with respect to drip lines of trees. So I suppose we'd have to take this away and do further analysis with respect to the feasibility.
Can I just say, Sam, that's exactly what I'm asking in this motion. This motion has been before you, it's been on the table for over a month because it got deferred. So it's been in the streamline for 6 weeks, plenty of time to look at it. But that's all I'm asking. I'm not asking for anything more, that you come back with a report. And I did table this 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, it does say revisit the plans and planning.
Yes, certainly. We have, just give you the members some context on time frames. We have got to the end of the year to deliver the toilet block. It does give us a little bit of float to reconsider if the members were aligned to considering this location as appropriate. But I will note that the town centre urban framework that the council endorsed in 2016 did, and that went through a consultation process at the time, did nominate the location of this a private enterprise-led kiosk being joined with a future public toilet down by Todd Street. Not necessarily in this location, but yeah, at the end of the day, I'm in your hands in terms of, there is time, not a lot, but there is some time.
And thank you, Sam. And I do remember I was one of the people that advocated for that to be considered back at the time.
Excuse me, please. It's 11 o'clock. Councillor Samble, you had your hand up. Is that because it's 11 o'clock?
No, can I just make a comment?
You can speak to.
Well, the comment is that we have got some beautiful hotels in our town that have really been suffering at the moment. All we have to do is maybe look carefully. One of the big things a few years ago, that the actual drinking on areas like Apex Park and that became a problem. And to me, there was never a problem. The police, also Lou Costello told me there was no problem whatsoever and so forth. I wouldn't agree, Councillor Tooley, with building because it's infringing on the businesses that are there, like the Kingsford, the Southern, Nova, all of those areas. People could obtain their goods and go there to the boulevard, the Apex Boulevard or whatever it like to be called, and enjoy it on those beautiful lawn areas that council keep so well maintained. I wouldn't agree that there should be incorporated in the toilet a restaurant or cafe or something. No, sorry.
So as chair, we have a time limit of 11 o'clock. It is now 11:02. We are over our time limit. We have to now. I'm just going to check with Kate Symes. Now, previously I've accepted a formal motion to adjourn the meeting, and then we pick it up as we left off. And that, for me, I think that's a best way forward, rather than, so we can we adjourn the meeting to the next council meeting, and we pick this up as an adjourned item. Now, I'm happy to accept a motion in that way. Be true to our Councillor Fraser. You next off.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Move a formal motion that we adjourn the meeting. Now, Kate, we need, the reason is we've got a time limit, council resolution, and we can pick up the adjourned items at our next council meeting. You happy to move that way, Councillor Fraser?
Yes, yes.
Do I have a seconder, Councillor Little?
Yep. Yes, I agree. Yep.
Yep. There's no debate. I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the motion, please click yes. All those against, please click no. It is carried unanimously. The meeting is adjourned at 11:03. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your attendance tonight and your debate. What have you got there, Brian?
Oh, my dog's teddy bear.